tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get, I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my 4 flatmates went on Yahoo, because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with two pence coins, and just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing, kind of thing, and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler, kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the #1, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly, this is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But so I was like, okay, I can't play on, the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar, kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just my philosophy was if you're not in it, you can't win it. But also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was very 99% of the decisions were real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point, and so like I just would put different tournaments on. You know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep, and so I just did it like that, and I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the
Without thinking aces.
yeah, I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and I kind of was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded. Stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I kind of I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which. But I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, you know, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he like wrote down every sort of all the money I had in every poker site, like had all my bank account details, everything, and he gave me 6 months to see how much, you know, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, you know, at the time I guess I was like 21 years old, and I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, you know, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, you know, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out, but luckily yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that, like, you know, that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. It was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011 I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he's turning like a 6s, not 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore was called, and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking on. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. You did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week. all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. You know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I love doing. So, but yeah, like once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making number one, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get number one, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number one, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who are like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We'll both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well, because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online, because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, trying to, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong, because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x'd it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmuth style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards. And Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker, because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone who me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like that's the only 2 cash he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker, like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of it when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won 1. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament? Like the tournament was like 100 times to buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up, we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also like I was free rolling anyway because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2 I think on making day 2 of the tournament, because that in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this one. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping your view or whatever. And I was like, what the, you know? So we had a bet. So I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, you know, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, you know, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table and he knew about the bet and he raised under the gun. And, you know, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf and I had to free bet him and, you know, start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game with like on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known UK, yeah, blast from the past. And Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff. So gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. 3rd out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5k 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, 2nd out of 474 in the 6 max 10k. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5k 6 max came 3rd, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had like kind of fucked me up.
Welcome.
I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well, but obviously cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was very 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point, and so like I just would put different tournaments on. I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep, and so I just did it like that. And I would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was a career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the yeah, I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone. And I knew my parents wouldn't probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded. Stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which. But I went for I basically said I got a third, which is at the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything, and he gave me 6 months to see how much essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time I guess I was like 20, 21 years old, and I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point. Got smoked there, so that was a bad start because obviously Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ender Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends.
Dealers in the main event, please start to open bags. For players who have not yet arrived, please do not stack the players' chips and leave the bag seat. That's all dealers, please start opening bags. For players who have not yet arrived, leave the bag at the players' seat and and once again, anyone wishing to enter in today to make your way to the present desk now, I will be closing entries in 1 minute.
7:30 I got the cash table this morning. I'm absolutely bollocks. You in? You know what? The guy to the right turned up at 7 o'clock, lost 8 grand in half an hour. The guy early doors lost 5 grand in half an hour. I didn't get one hand against it. What were you bringing? Hold it. Just 2-5 here. Real limit. But it was just a wild turn. How are you? Who's over there, mate? How can I not finally got the call with King 6? I still can't believe I couldn't find the call there. Why can I put you on a small portion? Terrible.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome
morning.
to day 2 of the biggest event in Blackpool
Ever.
Everybody turned out that we said we're going to turn out. Everybody came to play. Amazing numbers, amazing players. Well, some of them are. Welcome, one and all, day 2 Blackpool. And as you can see there, the top 20 chip stacks are with us. We are now live.
Yep.
100.
Yep. 168.
168 making day 2.
Yep.
Fabulous turnout.
There was
500.
12 day 2 buy-ins, so it's
12,
156. Yeah, 12 day 2 buy-ins, 156 bagged up from day 1. So we had 12 buy-ins today for day 2.
533. Good afternoon, everybody. As you can see, Elliot Mirace, former Goliath champion, is top of the leaderboard. Dave Thomas, 223. Wadey, 206. Sean Donovan, he says, you keep saying I look like Nathan Slater. It's because you do. 206. Phil Clark, 193. And as you can see there, some good names all the way down. That's the top 20. There's 168, obviously. And we will keep you up to date with who gets eliminated, where and when during the day. Within 2 hours, we've been told the prize pool will be with us.
Yep. We know what's collected. Total 575k, just under that. What someone said yesterday. Tower. He's been on form. He's been on form with the guesses this week. I can tell you that.
20 quid out. So we reckon it'll be about 140,000 up top as a guess. It's normally around about the 25% mark. So if it is, it'll work out at around about £140,000, which when you've played this game this week, I think you'll have earned it.
Yeah, if you are the one to take that home. But Prize Boys Tower said will be confirmed probably after the first break at some point, usually a time where we get confirmed places paid. And what's up top?
Good afternoon, everybody. Jay Howard and myself, the Tower, back in the building. Any questions on social media? PK's in the building, and we are ready to just about rock and roll. Couple of minute delay. There was a big queue at the start, at the front of reception. People walking in, very close, about 90% full. They were just getting a couple of minutes to get sat down. So we have got 2 or 3 minutes before we actually start. Still buying it? No, you can't buy in anymore. Russ, it's now finished. It basically finished at 11:58ish or something like that. So the actual number is 533 with 168 making day 2. So you can't buy in anymore. There is no more buy-ins. Once you're out, ta-ra. See you later. See you in London.
We'll see you in the Bounty. We'll see you in the seniors tomorrow. It could be
plenty going on. Plenty going on. That cash game last night.
Did you have a little sweat after we finished?
Scottish.
Was it? No, I want to Tower. Sit down.
Sit down. My entire bankroll was a blind. By the time you get around to see a flop, there's about 6 gatemen. It's ridiculous. Never seen anything like it. It was unbelievable. But what a game! Rocking, absolutely rocking the club. DJ was on in the bar area. People were dancing around with the rave music going on, and it was a rocking club. It was brilliant. It was like proper bang old days. And I know Blackpool is always the same. Everybody, I got a message this morning at 2:20 in the morning. Are you still in? Are you coming to town? No, bed. I woke up this morning at 10:20. I'm like, I've got a message at 2:20. Are you coming to town? No. But we are ready for a great day. Eliminations, as and when they happen, will be given out by the old Grim Reaper.
Yep, I'll let you know. If you've got anyone in the field just sweating or any horses, just friends or family, I'll run through all the bust outs at every point today when someone busts. Absolutely. We will let you know on the outer tables.
Absolutely.
I'm sure we'll get some pans as well in for...
Of course. Yeah.
The outers as usual.
But I know people will be tuning in and saying what's the payout. All we say at the moment in time is we're at 140 up top. We'll get it as and when we can. It will be... I'm guessing at the first break. Shall we say at the first break?
Yeah. Mick Mod says, have you seen Mandara this morning? How's his head? I can see him. He's on one of the outer tables right near us, actually.
Ill. ill. How was the walk into work?
Oh, don't. Do you know what? Don't, because we were walking in, and she wanted to walk the seaside. She wanted to walk. No, don't. It's not even funny. I went mad.
I bet you got wet.
Yeah, and
I bet
next
you
thing
got
you know,
soaked.
next thing you know, a wave's hit the wall and this gust of water's come over. She thinks it's hilarious. I'm like, it's not funny. It's like I'm freezing cold. I'm wet now, and I took a video of it.
It wasn't cold.
It was, but
It wasn't cold.
don't.
It was shorts weather this morning.
It was not shorts weather. It was.
It was a high tide, and it's about a third.
Look, it's hitting the walls and mounting
It's about
over.
a 30-mile-an-hour wind. I'm not being funny. The sun's shining. It's lovely. You're on the wrong side of the road, I must admit.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, why do you want to walk that side? I was complaining. It was like, oh, but don't. I was in a bit of a mood though. I was in a bit of a mood. I'm not going to lie. And yeah,
Not used to.
Nah.
Not used to walking out. So we'll go back to the table after he's walking. He's dried off. First hand of the day.
right.
We got?
Featured
Come on.
table. In one's going to be Ken Liddell. In two, Amir Mustafa. In three, Tim Chung. Four, Bernard McGinley. Five, Richie Pearson. Six, Katie Swift.
Has Katie bought in today?
Yes.
just sat down.
Seven, David Grinnell, and 8 is GDPR RA, and 9 is Wahid Ashraf, also known as Wadey.
It'd be good to watch him play. He's got chunks as well. I like to see how Simon Zach's gonna proceed with day 2, because he thought 75,000 was a short stack coming into day 2 when I was speaking to him Thursday night. Like what? What are you on about? I say it's 70 big blinds or 60 odd big blinds.
It's above average.
He went, is it? I went, yeah. He went, oh well, it's still a bit short though, isn't it? No, you'll be above average stack. All right, okay. So yeah. So Katie Swift just bought in today too. She's got the coat on, so is she expecting to get a bit of action straight away? She's got the 16 big, and Ken as well. He got the 16 big blind buying for day 2.
Thing is with Katie, she's a master of a short stack as well. We've
Absolutely.
seen Katie grind short stacks for a long time, so I think it's actually alright for her to buy in for day 2s, the way she plays her shorty. She's so good at just being patient and finding the right spot with her chips.
Afternoon chat box, afternoon Bev, afternoon Alan, afternoon Mick, Warren, the Daniel, Russ. It has finished on 533, and we'll get confirmation of the price pool round about the first break. If it comes sooner, then so be it. But we're not going to badger them for it. We're what, 533, 54 getting paid, maybe 55. See how it goes.
He's got a mirror with ace 10, wants to be opening this one. One under the gun +1. Makes it 2.4. And Wadey Jack 6 suited in the big. Going to flick in the defend, getting this prize, 4.5 to 1 in his money. Always going to have 4.5 to 1 in the big versus a min click with big blind ante and play heads up.
Yeah. Where's the flop?
Looking forward to this one.
Ace,
tonight.
Queen, 8. Yes, absolutely. Some big names in it, some local players, satellite players as well. That's it, Kay's now. Jacket off as if she's stopping for the day. Nighthawker we saw yesterday came in. His security today at the Blackpool match. But sure as hell we were tuning in around 8 PM. Yeah, it's a late kick-off. It's on TV tonight. Blackpool versus Queen's Park Rangers. Good to see you yesterday. Nighthawk coming. And there's, so now I already know, don't mess with him. Security at Blackpool against QPR, because QPR are ruffians. And I know.
We know raise it
And I know,
there, ain't
and
it?
I know Nighthawk is now one of my best friends. Let me tell you. Afternoon, Nate. Nate Bolton set up on the iPad. Footy, telly, rugby, phone. All going on.
So Bernie opening an unknown holding. Not sure why that's not picked up. Cards seem like they're in the box. Not going to sweat.
King high flop, king 7-4.
Let's expect Bernie to continue this without even seeing his cards here, Tower. This is going to be a board which, opening early position, we're going to have lots of continues on, even three-way. So he is going to continue for 2k. Gone quarter pot, which is good. Like the size he's opted for. Don't need to go too big on this particular board texture. And it's going to get through for Bernie.
It has been a superb tournament all the way through. Good to see Richie P on the feature. Richie P been in Blackpool for the duration, all the way through, from the 30-30 10 days ago, all the way through now to day 2. Good to see Richie.
Morning, Barry Neville.
Oi, oi, Bazza. Oh dear, Man United. What's happened? Oh, it's the early kick-off. Oh man, what's happened? The early kick-off, Man United. So Danny Hernan, big Man United fan, posting on social media that he's off down Sir Matt Busby way. There'll be loads in loads of regulars who play the GUKPT up north have headed to Old Trafford. Own goal. Double Bailey scored. Double Bailey's. Oh, on the rocks. Nice. Nate Paul tells us the own goal from Bailey. Why is it not Bailey? Why is it Bailey? The language is weird, isn't it? Blackpool, day 2, 168 was it?
Yeah, 168 started today.
168.
12 day 2 buy-ins. We had 145 coming back in Luton last leg, so that should give you that should give you some sort of idea where we're at. Just seems like every day 2 is getting bigger and bigger, Tower. Every leg we go to.
Yeah. Well, we start. Don't forget, we're on a 30-minute delay. We started with 168, and at the moment there's 168 left. We know you guys obviously have friends, family, somebody else's friends, all playing. And if you do get information, just especially on the feature, don't with that 30-minute delay, don't use any spoilers. But we're on a 30-minute delay, so as always.
Wow, so coming in for a race here, man in seat 8 with just ace 10.
I'm going to start calling him Bane.
He signed GDPR, so obviously he said to the missus he's probably get some milk yesterday, and he's still not returned
I shall
home.
disguise myself completely,
Yeah.
so I'm going to call him Bane.
Afternoon, Leonard.
It looks like the guy out of Batman Returns. I'm having it. One of my favourite movies. Have you seen it?
No.
No?
Nah.
Do you like Batman?
I don't really watch
like the
I
Marvels?
don't really watch too many films, Tower. I've never been a film person.
Love it. I think Bane's one of the best characters there's been in a Batman movie.
Leonard asks how many are left. Well, we are left with 166. We've lost 2 already.
Are we?
Carl Pickles and Scott Mulgrew.
Oh man, Pickles is out.
Yep.
Oh.
So 2 gone already.
166. Football, cricket, poker, and poker on the tablet. Guinness, great afternoon. Just needs Towers treble to come in.
Yeah.
Gary, it'll be on its way. Up all night I was. Straight out of here last night. on the search engines, I went in.
Well, this R seems like he's come to play today. Unknown, but raises to 2.6 in the low jack with the jack 5, Wadey flats in the high jack, and Tim Chung here with the pocket 10s. 3 bets to 10k. Like the sizing, just sub 5x, nice and big after the opening the flat from Tim. And R's just going to have to get out of the way now, opening the jack 5. Bit on the loose side, but he does have the chips. But the problem is well, we've got Wadey on our left who's got us covered. Maybe need to tighten up a little bit more. But this not going into the mark. He's going to make the call with a jack 5 of hearts. Love it on a day 2. Love it. And Wadey, not sure what he's got, but he's going to be closing the action. He's getting over 3-1 on his money. I think with Wadey here, we can peel like some 10-9 suited, some pocket pairs. Because of the stack size on our right, we've got them covered and we're very deep with them. I think we probably want to fold like some ace jack off, some ace 10 off, these type of hands. But the flop is 9-5-4. So Tim flopping an overpair to the board. It's a great flop for him. So expect him to continue here. 9 high at rainbow. Might size up a little bit more free weight. I don't expect him to go no more than 15. Working with 38k here, so SPR of around 1.2. But he's going to probably choose a size here to give him some nice turn shoves. And up to 8.1. So opted for round quarter. And R's going to make the call. And unaware of Wadey's holding.
No, just to start. I'm going to go for the 1 pay.
Wadey gets out of the way.
Not very luxurious because you pay a lot, even more.
And the turn is the 9 of spades here. And Tim's still an overcard. I'm guessing if he's got jack 5 suited in his range, he can have a whole host of 9x, 9-7 suited, 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited, ace 9 suited, jack 9 suited, these type of hands. But Tim here with pocket 10s could potentially see him shove here tower. Try and get called from 6s through 8s, those type of holdings.
Thank you.
And now after, going to be hard to have the best hand here, as our Tim's bluffs are only really going to be hands like ace king, ace queen of spades, these type of holding. He's got all the overpairs being the 3 better pre-flop, 10s, jacks, queens, kings and aces. Might even shove pocket 8s here as well. So very hard for us to have the best hand here as our only thing is we do beat some backdoor spade draws. He has got plenty of chips and it's looking like he's thinking about calling this one off. He does call it off.
And he does.
10s for Tim. Jack 5 of hearts he's up against. And Tim, straight out the bat, could be on his way to a double. And the field won't want to see that. Just fading jacks and 5-7 of spades on the river. So
nice one, Tim.
Tim Chung gonna double.
Good stuff. Right, we need a name for R. I'm not going to allow you to call him R.
Okay.
You can pick a name that begins with R. Don't mind that. But I'm not having R.
Okay.
So I like Ralph.
Ralph.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I like Ralph. If we're not allowed to use your name because you don't want to be announced on the thing, we're going to pick a name for you. So we're going to call you Ralph. So Ralph in C8. We'll get Dave to change it.
Reckless Ralph. There we go. Perfect job.
Reckless Ralph, that'll do. Reckless Ralph in C8. I do like Kid as his surname though. Our Kid. Anyone there know if there's any special arrangements for parking at the casino? There's no special arrangements, but if you come into the casino, you'll get a ticket for the South Beach car park. But with it being a weekend in Blackpool and the Blackpool Pleasure Beach is open and the illuminations are on, it might be full. The casino car park is already full on both sides. You get a ticket for the South Beach, which is complimentary from the casino, but it will probably be full this Saturday afternoon, but you can try it. Other than that, there's a park and ride, but that's 3 or 4 miles away, and you can also find car parks around the town. No payout sheet yet, Simon. It'll be round about the first break before we get the payout structure, but we're guessing it'll be around about 140,000 first prize.
We've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 already.
8?
Yeah, you heard about Pix and Scott Mulgrew, Mark Dyson, David G, Cully Sadu, David Ledden, Midi, and someone that was GDPR have busted, so down to 160 in the first 15 minutes.
Wow.
So open from Ralph with the King Jack, and Kenneth just going to flat the 9s here.
Flying the 9s on Ken.
Has to shove tower,
Yeah.
especially what we've just seen from this particular opponent.
Yeah.
9s here just going to be such a good shove spot for us as Kenneth, working with, started the hand with 15.2, so working with like 12, 13 big blinds, so it's just a perfect shove spot for us with the pocket 9s, and now we're going to have to go three-way. There's lots of bad flops for us as Kenneth, but the 9s should be moving in here. It's a pretty easy shove spot, but Kenneth obviously wanting to see a flop, seeing if he can fade some overcars before he puts it in with the 9s.
Queen 2-2.
This time Katie's box not working. Might have to get a deck change. So after it's checked over to Kenneth, he's going to fire. 3.7. And Katie is all in. And this is the problem, Tower. Like, now we allow Katie in the big blind, getting a big price and a decent price. We're then splitting equity three ways with our pocket 9s. And we're going to have to fold here as Kenneth with the 9s. Like, I just leave myself 8.8k back. You might be thinking, guys, yeah, we're getting 3.5 to 1 on the call with the 9s, and we put in 30% of our stack on the flop. But we just can't call. Katie's range is a queen or a deuce here always. If she hasn't got a queen or a deuce here, I'll be shocked. Or aces or kings, she might have flatted to slow play, but at very worst here, Katie's going to show up with a queen at the very worst in this particular spot.
Jack, queen, king, queen.
So the 9 should be an easy fold. She's going to have a queen or a deuce always, or like I said, kings or aces. That's basically what Katie's range is condensed down to here. And if Kenneth finds the call here, I'll be shocked. But I was shocked that he didn't shove the 9s in the first place for 12 bigs over an open. Like, there's no bluffs on this board. Katie cannot have a bluff on this board. It's queen, deuce, deuce, rainbow. Like, she's not doing it with 3s, 4s, 5s.
See open, table 16.
Katie, competent player, she'll only ever have a queen or a deuce here. It's as simple as that. So the 9s, even though we're getting this great price on our money, it's just going to fold this one here. Kenneth, well, he has to, surely. Be shocked if he doesn't. Tower.
Wow,
if he's right, that's the best call I've ever seen. But he just can't be. He can't be right. Can't be right. Katie's got to have a queen or a deuce. And if she don't, guys, I have no idea what's going on. Or kings or aces, like I said, but we'll find out.
Queen 10. full double for Katie, and they were both on 20,000 because they were both bangings for day 2. Ken could be out the door.
Yeah, Queen 10 for Katie, weren't queens, it was Queen 10 for Katie Swift.
It was.
But Ken is going to be on his way because I think Katie had him covered. So we're just going to clarify stacks.
Nope.
Yeah.
Is Ken out? What's happening? That's it.
Maybe Katie had him slightly covered.
Slightly. No, Ken's still in. Might be a chip.
Believe it or not, after that hand, John, the buy-in for this tournament is £12.50, £1,250. It's just like it's fair enough. You buy into the comp, you play your chips how you want. But if you're watching the stream, you want to learn and you want to improve your game. There's a couple of mistakes in that hand from the pocket nines. The first one being not shoving for 12 bigs over the open, and the second one being calling Katie shove when she only literally has a queen or a deuce there, calling out of the big blind. That's basically the only hand she can have the way that hand's played. So maybe he saw the old Grosvenor sponsored pro, and sometimes that gets in the heads of players. Oh, you're a pro, you're at it. But in this case, Katie gets a nice little double up to start the day.
He's got a few chips left as well, to be fair. So I don't know what the chip stack was. It said he got come to the table with 20,000, but he's got. It looks like I thought he got more than 3,000, but it says he's got 3,000 left. Wayne's still big chip leader, 194,000 on the table. Welcome to Blackpool. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. YouTube and Twitch main places to follow the live stream. Tell all your friends that the live stream is underway for a full 12 hours of poker.
I want to see it. Keep turning on and off. In the end.
Katie's just posting. I've doubled up, guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, just texting all the T-siders, all the jack boxes she's in. Yeah, we've doubled up. Woo woo. Oh, there's all sorts going on in the outer tables. All sorts going on.
There was one yesterday. This was actually a fun hand from yesterday. Remember we were behind us dealer shout seat open, seat 8 and seat 9?
Yeah.
Well, I've got a bit of knowledge about that hand. I asked about it. And it's a three-way all-in on the turn. Board was ace, queen, jack, 10. Queen, jack of clubs.
Yeah.
Maz Bako had king, 9 of clubs. The other two players had a king, so they all had the straight. Maz Blako had the redraw to the straight flush, 10 of clubs on the river. And that's how Maz trebled up. Come the 10 of clubs on the river. They all had a straight, all had the Broadway, which is the nuts on the turn. Maz Bako had the king, 9 of clubs on ace, queen, jack, 10, queen, jack of clubs, river, 10 of clubs. How'd you like that?
Wow. Wow. Wowzers. That's how to get trouble.
Yeah. That's what ace king before Bernie raises to 2.5.
It's never been like this. Never played this game.
Wadey makes the defend. I think we're going to have to get a deck change, guys, because it seems like every hand or every other hand there's someone's cards not registering. But we're going to sweat this from Bernie's perspective. C-bet flop, like it. Queen high rainbow. Maybe can check this some of the time. It can go either way.
7 of clubs on the river.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to fold here, facing a bet from Wadey a lot of the time as Bernie. But it looks like Bernie's actually going to bluff at this one.
Any more news from the hour tables?
Shall we have a look?
Have a look.
Yes.
Oh,
We got some. We got some.
We like news.
We have lost. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
John Mooney.
No way. John just bought him today too as well.
Steve Jelinek.
Oh, champion in Cov.
Gary Stephen Smith.
Oh, he's been around all year, hasn't he, Gary?
Champion in Edinburgh.
Champion in Edinburgh.
Chris Maguire. The
pot washer.
The
pot washer.
The pot washer's gone. Ben Marigeds is out as well. Big Ben, as Tower says, and James Bott has gone. So we got around 155 left. 13 bust outs already today.
Wow. Started with 168. Dropping like flies, more than a dozen eliminated so far. Early stages, day 2.
Probably City. Probably City. United are after Liverpool.
Oh, what a save. Oh, you want to see
Don't know what's happened to the graphics at this moment in time. Putting the right players in, probably. 2, 5, 2, 2. Ralph's in the hand. River's a queen as well, does Ralph?
Yes, we're going to lose Kenneth from the tournament. I think Ralph actually floated flop here. I think Tim bet 2k, like 5th pot. Ralph called with Queen Jack. Is that Chris Cooper in disguise, maybe?
No way. No, it's definitely an R.
Oh, yeah, of
It's
course.
still Ralph. Hat's come off now. Maybe wife's gone to work.
Somebody was last time, I swear, sat at the table looking at the stones. You want to know what I had?
So Ralph's getting chatty. Wreck it, Ralph. Hope he don't lose it and does one.
Oh, seat one still in, what?
Yeah, he was taking out the hand. He wasn't in the hand. He was mistakenly
Oh,
in
he
the
wasn't
hand.
in the hand. Oh,
He
okay.
was mistakenly in the hand. Dave wanted to get rid of him. Don't like Kenneth, does Dave? Oi, oi, the giggles are out. Now we've doubled up, we can relax. Dave in 7.
So raises to 3.2.
And we in seat number 2.
Pops for more than 2.5. And Amir versus this size, probably not going to defend this one. Tower versus this particular open size might see him defend the min click to 2.4, but I think once we face this bigger size, yeah, nice fold from him. Just fine to get out of the way.
He's someone with a ball.
Afternoon, Carpet Catcher, watching on Twitch. Anybody fancy 2022? Announced yesterday, the dates, the schedules will be out on a roll-on basis. We're hoping to have leg one schedule at the grand final. That's what Jim told us, and if we do, then we'll give it. If not, it'll be over social media for over Christmas and stuff like that. That's Jay walking into work.
That's literally what it was like, Tower. It's crazy. There was one that come over that was, honestly, if we were 20 metres in front of where we were, I'd still be in the hotel now drying off. It was, the weather was
windy. So yeah, there are all the legs for this for 2022. Absolutely brilliant. Get the dates wrote down. The schedules will be announced on a rolling basis, and we're looking forward to 2022.
I just wanted a bonfire night. I was open somewhere with celebration. My area shut down. My whole area is just. There used to be a massive one here, so I thought we'd have a massive.
Nice and Brooke, watching on Twitch. Good afternoon. Loving the stream. Well, we've got a full 12 hours today. Finished the stream around about 12:30 in the morning.
early finish today.
Yeah, it'll be the earliest finish of the day of the week. But normally 3 tables ish by the time close of play comes. We'll give you the payout structure when we get it. We're guessing it'll be at the first break. If it's before, then we're lucky. Guesstimation of 140k.
Oh yeah, of course.
See what happens. Around about 25%, as it always is. Ralph got the ace-8 raises to 3.6.
Wow, David limp folded 9-8 of hearts versus 3x raise. Much prefer the open first, but I'm guessing we are limping it and we're faced with just going heads up to the flop versus 3x and we put 1 big blind in. Definitely going to be peeling, especially against this particular opponent, and we're 100 big blinds deep. Like, really surprised he let that one go. Maybe a bit on the tight side, maybe not just wanting to get involved against old Wreck-It Ralph. What we've seen already, he's definitely got some moves. Saw the Jack 5 of hearts versus Tim Chung.
Getting active now. Now the disguise has come off.
Not on the right. Not the right. It's being stuck upside down for half an hour. And I'm thinking, this seat won't take me weight.
King Queen of clubs for Katie wants to be opening this under the gun. She's working with 31 big blinds.
Yeah, but this was a real stop. It stopped for a second. I thought, is this part of the ride? And after 5 minutes,
And raise and take for Katie. Richie not defending the 4 deuce.
Wade is still cheap lead at 200. Wreck-It Ralph 122. Down the bottom, Ken on 17.8 now. He's gone from being eliminated to 2,000 to 17.8.
Well, maybe that 9s jam then, the pocket 9s, maybe didn't have 12 big blinds.
Maybe he didn't come to the table to 20,000.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm guessing, sorry Ken, in one, that Didn't have 12 bigs to hand against Katie, so flat in the 9s there versus EP Open. Perfectly fine if he did have like 30 odd big blinds, so that makes sense if that's the case. Still, the flop call's a bit disastrous, but the pre-flop play perfectly fine if we got stack size wrong. And that's how important it is, guys, how much a play can change just depending on stack sizes.
If it's misinformation on our part and it's been posted that he has only got 2k, then yeah. Sorry, Ken, if it is 17k.
As a kid, you're like, ooh. Your parents would take you over and you're like, oh, that's great fun. And we go back over that. So many people like that bump in our area that there's about, it used to be like 50 crashes a year. People used to just try and fly up. And if the road, the end of the road is only about 20 yards, that's the problem. And the people would end up in deep.
So Katie gets an early double. Buying today too, she's now on 40,000. We thought Ken was an early buying as well, the day two buying with 20k, which is why we thought he was eliminated. The graphics were wrong. They then put him on 2 bigs and now he's got 17. So we will clarify Ken's role in this matter. Afternoon, Pesky. Sean Lewis watching in Stoke. Stoke City, who came to Blackpool in the midweek and won. By the looks of that now, they're all watching the Man United match.
Another 5-0.
In the meantime, we've lost Michael Wharton, Paul Grummett, Adam Bromley, Paul Trotter, Craig Timmis, Henry Ride is out, Jamie Bott, Ben Marageds, and as we saw then, Chris Maguire was eliminated as well. So quite a few being eliminated. Michael Wharton, the last man out. But Trotter, and then Henry Ride's gone. Former employee of Grosvenor Casinos, went play it down in London. Gone. 50% off the pot watching merchandise. Now he's out. All right, Fletch.
Oh, this Wreck-It Ralph absolutely loves it, Tower.
It does.
Opens King 4 under the gun, peels the free bet from the big blind. Love to see it. And Tim's in as well here in the hijack with an unknown holding to us. Flop of Jack 3 deuce 2 spades, so great flop here for David. We've got an overpair to the board, just going to have the best hand here almost always. Only will worry for us from our perspective are deuces, threes, and that's probably about it, because I think Tim's going to free bet jacks a lot of the time versus this particular opponent opening under the gun, so I think we can take that away from Tim a lot of the time. So basically only worried about deuces and threes on this flop is David. Maybe R can have jacks himself after opening under the gun and peeling. R free bet this deep, but from what we've seen from him already, he likes playing a lot of hands. Saw him peel the Jack 5 to the free bet versus Tim Chung and double him up. David 8.6 into 26.4. Like the sizes he's opt for here on Jack Deuce 3. And Tim's going to make the call here, Tower. So Tim start putting him on some hands like Jack 10 suited, King Jack suited, these type of hands. Because we got the Queen of Diamonds and Queen of Clubs in our hand, Queen Jack suited, very unlikely. Tim's not going to be peeling Queen Jack off here, so Tim's range here. Going to be some flush draws in there as well. We don't have any spades in our hand as David, so want to continue barreling here as David, continue getting value from some of Tim's Jack X like we spoke about, the King Jack, Ace Jack, Jack 10 suited. As well as that, we want to be charging the flush draws, so fire a bet of 12k here from David on the turn. Gone 12 into 43.6, so opted for between third and quarter, so around 30%, and Tim's going to call again. So Tim, got to be aware, Tim will be calling flush draws getting this price with position, so...
Five of hearts on the river.
Yeah, so now if I'm David here, I'm trying to get value from specifically a Jack here, King Jack suited, Ace Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, these type of holdings, so probably around 25k, 30k, I'd like to see that sort of size here. Looks like Tim can definitely have a Jack in this spot, but he's actually opted to check. He's opted to check. And now Tim, who can still have deuces and threes here, it's definitely a hand Tim can have in this particular scenario. I just don't think Tim's going to have any aces or kings as traps pre, simply because of who the opener was. Tim already saw that he peeled a free bet with Jack 5, so I think if Tim did have queens, kings or aces here, he'd be free betting this specific opener pre. I just think he's always going to have a Jack here, Tower, like Ace Jack, King Jack, Jack 10, these type of holdings, and the queens are good.
Yeah, Tim just slides his cards into the muck.
And he could have also had some flush draws as well, hands like 8, 9 of spades, 10, 9 of spades, these type of holdings. But the queens, surprised, didn't see go for value on the end there.
So rip it, Ralph. First level of day 2. 12 buy-ins for day 2. 168 players we started with.
Yeah, what are we inducing from though, Russ? That's what you ask yourself. What are we trying to induce a bluff from? Tim's too good to be bluffing spades there on that river. Tim will know we don't want to be bluffing spades simply because that's the cards that we want our opponent to have. We want him to have the missed flush draws, so it's more likely our opponent's weight to value in that spot. It's like, what are we trying to induce from? Let me know what you think we're trying to induce from, but Tim's not going to bluff spades there the way that hand's played. Yeah, it's bad to Russ. Just to let you know, we want to be bluffing with the hands. Like, we are going to bluff whatever. If we get to a river there without some spades in our hand, then maybe we can bluff, but a lot of the time, range on the turn, once Tim calls, it's going to be Jack X or spade draws, and the spade draws aren't going to bluff a lot of the time once the free bet double barrels. Just going to get snapped off too often from Jack X and over pairs. But then again, you expect over pairs to come in for value, but strange one. Now, Wadey getting through. He loving this table to start the day. 9-6 suited under the gun.
Love it.
Is no one giving him a shout behind it?
So Tim attacking, Wadey's under the gun open. I said today the bet was City to win to 0. That was my bet today. I said City to win to 0.
You did?
I didn't think Man U had a chance of scoring.
You did. You told me City to win to 0. I don't know what the price was, anything like that. Nate Poland and C4 tells us it's 2-0 Man City.
Have you got the treble all set and ready, or do you know what you're going for?
I do. I have my treble ready. Annoying the live banner is obscuring the graphics, says Beverly. That'll be on Facebook. I wonder if it's because it's... If you turn your phone sideways, does that not go full screen?
I think so. I think so.
I'm not sure. Yes, we were going to have to do Towers treble very shortly, that is for sure. Grosvenor Sport, Towers treble.
Wow, okay, you're just checking back flop and fold into a bet on the turn with King High flush draw. Surprised to see that. And we've seen this man does not like folding, so I wouldn't be surprised if he calls here with bottom pair.
So blinds up in about 10 minutes time. It's the same sideways, can't find you on YouTube either. Type into GUKPT on YouTube, Bev. It still blocks when you go full screen. What's the occurrence on YouTube with the live banner? What's that all about? Get us on YouTube. Let's have a look at the problem. The live banner.
I think it's when you watch it on your telly or you go full screen. Let's have a look. Usually it comes up with how many are watching down the bottom right, but it's only small a lot of the time. I think there must be a setting where you can turn it off for sure. I wouldn't know how to do it.
Is it when the graphics come up? You've got a completely clear screen there.
Mine's completely blank.
Another one. The Roman wasn't done. It was Rutilio's bonus there, Ken. Okay.
So I'm not sure what the problem is somewhere. There might be a setting somewhere. It still blocks when you go full screen. Top it where it says live and it goes to the middle. Tap the red live and it moves on an iPhone. Oh, okay. GUKPT.
Oh!
Oi, oi, 799 flop.
What a flop!
I'm going to stick that in the chat.
And this could be a big one because Wreck-It against old Wreck-It Row, from what I've seen so far, we are going to lose some chips as David. However, what I will say, what I've seen a lot from the man in seat 8, he's been more of a cooler. He hasn't really come in with any raises, like reckless raises. He's other than the loose opens pre, like he's just been calling with his hands. He's not been raising as bluffs. So wonder if David will pick up on that. He is going to raise here. Still David's hand too good to be folding. We got equity to a straight, overpair to the board. But maybe alarm bells will go off because it seems like the type of opponent that's someone that just calls a lot, like loses chips that way, just calling with dubious holdings. I'm not sure if he's one to come in for raises as a bluff. However, we've still got a big hand here as David. King shouldn't really change anything. There shouldn't be any King X in old Wreck-It Rouse range.
$17. So we know what we now know what it means on Facebook. It's telling you how many people are actually watching when it says live and it says 80 or 100 or whatever it is. That's blocking some of the graphics, unfortunately. I'm guessing that's a Facebook thing and nothing we can do about it. Prize pool will be given out at the first break around about 2 PM. We will get it to you before if it's been done, but other than that it'll be on or the start of level number 3 of the day.
I think David's going to fold here, facing the double barrel tower. The thing is, a lot what you see from recreationals as well, when they do bluff raise flop in position, a lot of the time they will take a 3-1 on the turn. If he does like come in for a bluff with like a 10-8 or a 10-7 type hand, or 7-6, something like that, or even just a bare 10 like an ace-10, a lot of the time you'll see them check back turn and take a 3-1, and still has the nuts on the river. And David going to lead 5k into 52. Just comes in with a blocker bet. It's going to be getting raised.
He is indeed. Ricky is on the way. Afternoon, Mr. Spence. Hope you're well. Josh Mushin and Sean are still in the mix. Raise it to about 20. Got the extensions on the extensions, didn't he? Raised to about 45 by the looks of that.
Yeah, we'll just get out of the way here now with the jacks.
Yeah, raised to 45. Wreck-It Ralph going to take a nice pot.
Yeah. I think from David's perspective though, like what I said, it's like rare that he's going to continue double barrel in turn unless he's got like 8-6 of diamonds, 8-10 of diamonds that pick up diamonds as well. Got the jack of diamonds in our hand, like not a good card to have. I think sometimes we can just make the exploitable fold on the turn versus really good competent opponents probably have to call again, but against maybe less skilled players, maybe we can just make a fold on the turn, and now we're in this river spot, and this should be a pretty easy decision for the jacks.
So he does make the fold, and Wreck-It Ralph takes a nice little pot. Watching in Malta, even better 2-0 for City. Andy, good afternoon, watching on Facebook in Malta. How's the weather? Usually lovely in November in Malta, 20 odd degrees.
I'm going to go out on a limb, it's nicer than Blackpool.
A little bit less windy. On the full screen, if you tap the screen to get the prompts up, tap the square speech boxes in the top right and turn chat off. It removes people's viewing icons. Cheers, Fletch. I don't know if Womble... Did Womble make day 2? I think he pretty much blinded away all day through day 1, so it's usually about now he gets himself to 60k, then locks it up for the final. Brilliant. The total prize pool was £574,574, which was with the 2% taken off for the NPL. Full payout structure will be given to us probably at the start of level number 3 after the first break. If we get it before, it's a bonus. If not, it's usually around that time. Womble had 18,000. I don't know if Steve Walmsley's name's been mentioned in the eliminations, so he could have doubled up. But he wants to blind it down to 5k, that is for sure. We have lost Dan Charlton. Oh, poor old Dan. Why don't you get final table one of these? Colin Padderton, Will McMurray.
My best mate.
Absolutely. Paul McTaggart. He said I can't diss him anymore, he came 4th. Darryl Williamson, Chris Parrott also being eliminated. Kev Price, Gilmero, who we saw yesterday on our feature, he's gone. And the last person out was Dan Scridden. So he's been eliminated. So Womble is still in. Scott Berridge. Well, while you're watching, we'll announce Towers treble. You stick a cheeky chunk on it, and we'll get Jay to stick it in the commands.
Yep.
We've gone, which I need to read on social media myself, but we've gone. Now this is a controversial one, because Barnsley are third bottom, but Hull City are second bottom, and haven't scored an away goal in 650 minutes, which is 7 games and a bit. So we're going Barnsley, Birmingham City, Millwall, and it's a 7-1 treble on Grosvenor Sport. And then if you want to add, there's a 4-timer, and we'll write it in the chat box. The 4-timer is Chelsea to win both halves, 13-8.
What, against Burnley? God, you're brave.
Yeah,
You're brave.
to win both halves.
What price is that? 1-4?
No, Chelsea are 1-4.
Yeah.
Win both halves, 13-8.
Okay.
They're going to be winning 2-0 at half time.
Yeah,
It's
that's
going to be
actually
5-0 by
not
full
a bad
time.
price. That's actually not a bad price.
there
to
you
be
go.
fair.
So the main treble is
I saw-
Barnsley, Birmingham, Millwall.
saw-
Get it in that command.
I
son.
saw Chelsea in there, guys, and I thought, God, Towers brave. Chelsea at home to Burnley, sticking that in a treble this week.
So we'll stick it on Twitter as well very shortly. So get yourself on. We'll have a bit of fun bashing the bookies while
Right.
the live stream is on.
Birmingham, Hull, Millwall.
Birmingham, Barnsley, Millwall.
Barnsley, sorry, not Hull. That's who they got.
789. What about 789, King Queen. They might have had 10 Queen or something like that. 789. They might have had 10 Queen. 10 Queen, they might have had 10 Queen. 789, King Queen.
So, Katie, King Queen of Clubs, EP, want to open this one. Wade's going to come in with a suited ace in the cut-off. That brings Kenneth in on the bottom of the 8-6 of spades. Apologies to Kenneth, getting his stack size wrong earlier.
Yes.
Tim going to defend the 8-6 in the big, getting this price.
Oh, you want to see this saying? Yeah. Oh, you're actually in sync now.
7-7-4. So we're Kenneth here, and this is checked us on the button. I'd like to see him fire, but he is going to check behind with the 8-6 of spades. Definitely one we can bet. Once we peel that on the button, we can plausibly rep some 7x, and only sitting there with 8 high, and now Tim going to take advantage here. Tim can easily come in for a lead with a 4, incredibly rep that, and just going to get this one through. It's a nice pick up from Tim Chung there, with the worst of it opted for 6.4 into 11.8, so just north of half.
Do you want some news? Ho ho ho! Ba da 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 da. I went bad.
You're off again, Tower. 724 quid. You got to sort that out.
£140,000 up top, right there. 100 for second. Wow, 63 for third. 36, 24, final table, you get 9.1. Look at that.
Wouldn't mind that, would you?
That has just been given to us right now. We'll get it on the tickets all day, we'll get close to the money, and officially 54 are getting paid. 5 and 4, 54. What a prize pool. What a prize pool.
So 5-4 in the low jack for old Wreck-It Ralph, trying to wreck the table.
Absolutely.
The way he's been playing, Terry Jordan style. I've been looking every day, every single day, main event, chip counts, main event, chip counts, looking for Terry or Al, but neither, I don't know, it's, neither of them are bagged yet. I don't know if they're playing either today, tomorrow, or the final day, but...
Brandon and Feraldo made it
yeah,
too.
Brandon 82k, Feraldo 144k, Chris Moorman, another Englishman, 125k, he bagged up. That's me, what I do with my morning coffee now, see who bagged the night before, any notable names. Scotty, we've got around 130, I believe it is. We lost lots to start the day. Ah, is he still in Mexico? JJ. Are they? I take it they're flying out there for either Monday or Tuesday then.
So the blinds have gone up for the first day after this hunt.
So Wreck-It Ralph, Rivers are straight with 5-4 versus Tim Chung.
So 10-15 is the next blinds. Wreck-It Ralph, top of the VPIP. So 140,000 and a bit of juice for the champion here in Blackpool. Amazing, absolutely outstanding. Well done, one and all. Well done, one and all. What a turnout.
You know, when you're in that hand for 2-5, it's a jack 5 suited against the pair of testers.
Wadey going to open 2.5x with 7-6 off. Kenneth going to flat the 9-8 suited. That brings Bernie in the smaller pair, and Richie Pearson got a nice little one to defend in the big blind, King Queen. Could even against Wadey open him, could potentially even squeeze this spot here as Richie. Wadey already seen him open 9-6 under the gun, so after this dead money in here, I'd actually love to see a squeeze from Richie Pearson potentially. Obviously, got to be worried about the calls from both Kenneth and Bernie, but I don't think either of these players are ever going to have any traps off their stack sizes, so if Richie does elect to take this squeeze spot, I'd love to see it. But he's just going to opt for the passive approach and make the call. Fine as well. But I think against this particular opponent, once Wadey opens and there's two calls behind him, we can definitely squeeze this spot. Just because Wadey happy to open a whole host of hands. And does actually flop a double gutter here. And Kenneth's got top pair and a set for Bernie. So lots going on. So Kenneth just rips his top pair for 9.3 into 13.5. It's perfectly fine. And Bernie just going to call with a set like it, trying to get Wadey in behind. Wadey sitting here with a double gut shot. 8 or 4 would make him a straight. So Wadey going to make the call, looking for 8 or a 4.
He did. There's the one. What was the one? One call, I was with him on the one. What's the one? He didn't say the call. That's good. I didn't say we are on camera.
That's not it, and the 5's just got a rip now. He's left himself some blue chips back. I think they're all blue chips. Might be a yellow underneath it, but Bernie puts in just under half his stack. And Wadey just going to have to get out the way. No, he wants to call. Wants to see if he can find a 4 or an 8 on the river. With one card to come.
So Ken is heading out.
Where
Bernie stood up.
Must have been an 8 or a 4 tower.
It's a 4.
And Wadey just pings it.
It was a 4 and pings it.
Oh, that's gross.
Wowzers. So we lose 2 in one hand.
Wadey, blessed.
Just before that, we lost Chris Gately, Keith Fraser, Danny Gorman, Stu Rutter, and just then Kenny Little and Bernie McGinley. They are out the door. Ready, another deep run on the cards. Another deep run on the cards for Wadey. 54 getting paid. Towers treble is out. Saturday afternoon, Blackpool. Started with 168 and we're down to around about 120, 133, 134. A lot of numbers, a lot of players gone. Kenny Little and Bernie McGinley just out. We'll be getting a player very shortly.
Yeah, it's a bit of a punt, Nathan, but he's got the chips to do it, so fair enough.
Absolutely.
Play him how you like. You paid the $12.50 to get into this comp, do what you want with him. So for the time being, until we get some players, we are six-handed, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, someone's next to Tim just got up. See some chips there.
We normally go 8-handed as soon as we can, don't we, on day 2. So that's what they will do. We will go 8-handed for the remainder of the day when we get in divisibles of 8.
Yeah, I think
usually around the first break.
I think Nathan with 70% pot on return is Bernie in our stack. We should just open rip turn with the 5s anyway. He opted for 12k, but he's working with about 0.7 SPR. So with the 5s there, I just rip, to be honest with you. And I'm not sure if Wadey would have called a rip with his double gutter, but he opted to call the 12k. But fair enough from Bernie, like he got the value he wanted. Going that size, he got called from a double gutter. Probably wouldn't have got called with the all in. You want to call there from a double gutter when they're just drawing to 8 outs with 1 card to come.
There's 10-9 on the flop.
And David going to come in for a donk here, and Tim with the ace deuce just got an easy call here. Can't do anything else other than just make the call in position facing this donk. Jack of diamonds on the tap. So going to continue firing here is David, this time for 4k. So Tim getting 4.5 to 1 on the call now. So still not going to be able to fold here in position. Story remains the same. Just going to have to call, like I say a lot of the time, once we are faced with a donk out of the big blind as the pre-flop aggressor. Well, he's clicked it to 8 to check back river here. The old exploit min click to come in for the snap check back on the river. Never getting called by worse. So especially on this 7 of spades, puts a 4-liner on there. This one should be going check check, and we'll see who's got the best of it. And it looks like David does. I'm not aware of what he had.
The service is good, the food is average. The food is quite average.
Ace Jack. I had someone come up to me this morning and said, "You called me a donk on the feature table, this, that," and I had to explain to him that the terminology for when you lead into an aggressor is, we call it a donk. So I had to explain to him that's what I was trying to say. When you lead into the aggressor, I'm not calling you a donk. I'm just saying the terminology right to let everyone know listening that it's a lead into the aggressor. Most people listening will know what a donk is. Obviously, it can be used in other terms in poker, but when I use it on the stream, I'm just talking about leads into the aggressor. I think Tim is going to love the table he's on tower. If he can get chips, I think Tim can make a really, really good run today on this particular table. It's pretty dreamy. It is a pretty dreamy day 2 table that Tim Chung's got here, and I think he'll realise that it's a table where there's not too many regulars other than KT, where players are doing really strange stuff, getting out of line a lot, and I think Tim, although he's just lost a few chips, he'll be very, very happy with his table draw today.
Ten-eye flop, 10-7-4. Checked ace of diamonds on the turn. A bet from Wreck-It Ralph. Oh no, wait it. Ralph's got out of the way. Incoming, Dave Maudlin. The Maudles is on. Final table 3 or 4 GUKPTs in his time. Dave, 7th. His favourite position, I seem to be for a while. Hoping for another deep run. First live game of poker this year for Dave Maudlin.
Straight into the thick of it, tower. Opening under the gun. I'm going with ace queen. Can't see his hand. Straight away. Just going to go with ace queen.
Straight into ace queen. Looks like this deck's not registered. None of the cards are showing.
It's like a free bet from KT. It is 8.2.
Oh no. Just KT. That's not showing. Where he comes in. Dave in 1, KT. Now then, guess the hands, boy. We're going to have a all in for Dave.
It's not ace queen.
It's not ace queen.
It's ace king. Or kings. Or jacks. Or queens. I'm going with ace king though. Ace king for Dave, 10s for Katie. That's what I'm going for. Ace king for Dave Maudlin, pocket 10s for Katie. That is what my guess is. We'll never know. We will never know.
You miss it on the
Who's playing? Who's letting out what? Who's doing the assist?
Emails will just resign, man. I'm telling you. He's not good enough for that job. You know why he's not good enough for that job?
Experience. Side of his leg. Side of his leg.
The players are bigger than him.
Side of his leg.
And they don't respect him, so they won't fall over him.
Today, look.
People like Pogba
How is his arm?
and
No goal.
Ronaldo, they've got to respect him.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but he pushed it in. Yeah, but then he pushed it away.
You know, like Fergie, he was the boss.
Logs, how you doing?
Player did not.
Well, you've got a new owner, new manager.
They just walk all over him.
You'll have a new team soon. Katie said she had Kings. No chance. Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Not a chance she folded Kings. But if she did say she had Kings, then... Is anybody folding Kings in that spot with 16 bigs? With 16,000? Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, Katie's only got 20k. She's definitely not folding Kings.
There's a blinds are 1,000, 1,500. So Katie's shoving here for 13 bigs.
The ticker is rolling along the bottom. What a payout structure, paying exactly 10%, perfect on the structure, 140 up top, min cash is more than double. Just as good as it gets for a poker player. 10, says Chris. $2,590 when we get into the money. It's fabulous.
It's a nice double your money, assuming you are on one bullet.
Yeah.
Interesting fact about today, we had 168,
Yeah.
84 of that 168 were on one bullet, the other 84 were on re-entries.
Wow.
Yeah. Half and half.
That's amazing.
Half and half.
He's only hearing one of the guys. Because he's doing 2 of 1. Forget your macaroni cheese. That's what you wanted to know if you wanted to. You won't get that till 10 at night.
Right, quad 8s and kings full, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely, that's right. Logs, you're absolutely spot on. Both flopper set, turn quads. Thank you very much. You're absolutely right. Hope you're all right. Blackpool 533 runners, as you can see the price pool scrolling along the bottom. So we'll be looking to get it before the break, and we've got it before the break, half an hour before the break. Yeah, we were telling everybody that was the plan. Win Blackpool, jet to Vegas.
Win that, jet to the grand final.
Absolutely. What a 3 weeks that'd be. I don't know what the numbers have been like in the early stages of the main event. Is it going to be the biggest? Obviously 2 extra flights certainly help. Six, 9 Jack flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. And a check call from Lemire in 2. Check. Bet. And then a fold this time from Lemire. Yeah, no surprise the numbers are down. I know the 2 extra flights once the air gets released and you get into Las Vegas a little bit easier. Still mean the numbers will be down. I think we've been down on most of the comps, haven't they, due to the restrictions and what have you. Hopefully next year they'll announce it at the same time as it normally is during the summer.
So Wreck-It Ralph with the old Jack 8 suited, not going to be folding this one in the hijack.
In the main event, at the end of this level, there will be a chip race for the 100 point chips. We ask that one player buying the 100 chips to fold the break on every table. That's one player on the table, please, buying the 100 chips. There will be a chip race at the upcoming break.
Dave going to flat the King Jack on the button, 7-3-3 rainbow. Continue from old Wreck-It Ralph, quick fold from Dave Maudlin.
Ralph gets another active Ralph.
It's in, Mick, it's in the commands.
The trebles aren't moving, man. The trebles aren't the 4-timers there with the extra added boost.
It was in the commands.
It was in the commands. Unbelievable. One job.
He's in the commands.
One job.
What's it pay, Tower, out of interest?
Just short of 7-1 treble and then a 20-1 4-timer. Yeah, Eastleigh, it's regarding colouring up the chips at the next level, and that's what they're now doing. It's the different blinds. You still end up with the same level at the end of the night. The 10-15 basically gets rid of the 8-16, more or less the same kind of thing. And then quite a lot of the hundreds will come off at the end of the this level. Cheers, Vator. Yeah, if you bet a tenner, you lose a tenner. Yeah, the 1K 1500 is more or less exactly the same, isn't it, as 860? Alan Dunn, isolating watching GUKPT, World Series, United City, Breeders' Cup. Not a bad day to be ill. Fingers crossed you're not ill with the old positive test, and it's just flu-like symptoms. They're on Twitter, Mick. It's already there. It's already there, man. 17 million followers I've got. Already there. There, look, Jay. Jay, it's there.
I can see it.
Jay, it's there.
fancy it today. I've been saying it for the last few weeks, but today I really fancy it.
It's there. Julian Davis and Saul Mitchell. Sean Mitchell already liking the Towers treble. Loving it. Apparently, if you need it to get that blue tick, you need 10,000 followers. So you have to buy them to get yourself the blue tick.
I don't think that's how it works. I think you only get the blue tick if you're like actual like celebrity.
No, you can. 10,000 followers it is. If you get 10,000 followers, you get a blue tick, and you can buy 10,000 followers.
I don't think that's how it works now. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Because there's people I follow with like 100,000 followers, and they're not verified. I think you have to actually be like, I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to go about it. But why are you not verified? There's people with 3K that I follow with verification as well. I think it comes down to, I don't know. Maybe you have to apply for it or something.
No, you have to apply and then they review and decide. I'm applying. Have you any idea who I am?
Yeah. Each site has a verification team.
Well, there you go. You think I'm worth a tick?
Yeah.
Let's go for it. Let's see if we can get some verification, blue ticks and all that. Let's go viral.
That's why the opening A6 under the gun. Like it off of his stack, suited. Pulled A6 off, open the suited A6. Katie not going to be continuing with this one.
Open for George Fox.
Here's 10-9 flop, 2 diamonds.
That's George Fox to the cardroom. Thank you.
Really bets 3,000. Ralph Coles with the flush draw. Where he gets the tick. Say he's got a tick.
Where's yours?
Where's mine? Afternoon, Town and Jay, doing a great job again, loving the stream. Any news on yet on cost and structure of the Goliath? Not yet. No news on the Goliath. We do have the dates released for 2022. And as soon as we get some, might get some more news at the grand final. We'll speak to Jim McShane for sure at the grand final.
New feature table in about half hour's time. We're going to go on break and then we'll be off for 15 minutes and then back with a new one. So
absolutely. Have we got any news from the outer tables?
Should we have a look?
Go on then, Grim.
Who have we got? Who was the last one we lost? Was it Danny Gorman?
No, it was the 2 guys from our feature table, Bernie and Kenneth.
Okay, and since then we've lost Wendy Watson, Alec Whitsenstall.
Oh, Alex was on our feature yesterday.
That's it.
Is that it?
That is it.
Oh, we're slowing down then. We're slowing down. Apparently I stood there yesterday talking to Lynn for about 10 minutes. She was asking about Coventry and if there's a leg in Coventry next year and are you bringing the clubs down. We had to say yes and yes and yes and everything. Richie's getting involved. He's got the Cowboys.
Always, as Tower says.
Absolutely. Ace, ace 3. Horrendous flop for Richie P. They both check it.
Please race off the 100-point chips.
Thank you. So, Dave checks. Richie P comes in for a bet. And that will be that for the hand. What's happening? Oh, they are the tables.
There's Chris
Amazing.
Johnson.
Chris Johnson. Maz Baco, 150,000. Michael Kane. His name is 150. Short stay about 40,000 pounds. Involved in a hand.
Usman Al Haq.
Usman, Justin Devonport. Still in the mix. Spuddy, Chris Flint. About 80,000.
Who's that hiding under there?
Oh, is that Stato? Oh, that looks like a rough night.
It looks like Stato. It is Stato. It is.
There you go. Stu Gormley.
That Bixie sat next to it.
Got about 90,000. Ludo, I've got his shoes. On 22,000 chips. Josh. Look at this stack now from the 30-30 champion.
Chunks.
Guy can play. What a double that would be. The biggest two fields there've been. That would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing.
I don't have the stack to put down. It'd be nice to have a stack to be able to do that.
No, I'm just, I know you're not.
This can't be on my to-do list. So, but you wouldn't be fucking another one, haven't you? I've got a lucky Manchester. The 4 left and 4 right, a lot. And Jacks against sevens. That's the best thing I've got.
Just has it in their face to do this, though.
Why we're all bloody
We don't just buy anything yet. We just
It's definitely not on my to-do list.
just on my to-do list to get second. Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah.
I had all of them.
I think like a 93.
I need to win one of these. All in.
So Dave's all in. Dave Maudlin has got ace queen. We've got Richie P with the sixes. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if it's going to be called off for Richie P. Rolled reversals this time. Bet, jam, call. They did it the other way around earlier, about 5 minutes ago.
Rich,
Is Sven still in? Yes, he is.
Rich ain't calling with sixes, Tower.
No.
Dave shoved for 28 big blinds here, just sub, so be very surprised we see Rich
P will not
call
be,
it off.
Will not be jamming.
And,
Will not be calling. Gets out of the way.
I'll wreck it, Ralph. He's been
I'll
in with
wreck it,
some
Ralph.
dubious holdings. 6-5 off this time.
He's still not calling this. He might think and he might look down and stare down and think he's calling. We know he's not. Come on, Ralph. Get him in the muck. Which he does exactly right. Half an hour to go. Or 22, 20. Yeah, half an hour because we started 5 minutes late. See that.
I want a Diet Coke. Diet Coke, please. I'm just going to bring the passport. Any good, Johnny? That's right. Or do you want it?
All right, that water.
Scottish, great. And all the English one.
The lemon.
That's a good like river, isn't it? Sorry, mate.
Trust me, it's better than nothing.
There's a moment to say someone comes in now.
The open of Ben Marketing on our one to next project and Ben Marketing the Carter. Thank you.
Yeah, anybody who comes to the table and we can't, it just comes up as a letter. We're having nicknames, and Wreck-It Ralph Barry is the way forward, isn't it?
Yeah, to try and deter people from the GDPR, because if you're just an initial, we're going to come up with a name with you from now on.
We were here a lot longer than the GDPR. The Grosvenor are giving you a chance to win 140,000 and a bit of juice. We're using your name. If it's not Ralph, we don't mind, but Wreck-It Ralph it is. Elliot was chip leader coming into today, Lamal. I'm not too sure.
He's still in.
He's definitely still in, and we'll try and get probably top 10 chip counts from around the room at the break.
Once again, back here for table 3.
So 884 Rainbow. Might need to get a new deck registered as well at the break. I think we have had a lot of this occur this session. Lots of unknown holdings. So Wreck-It Ralph coming in for a bomb, 21k into 25, 90%. Wadey makes the call. Bet and a snap call from Wadey.
Wadey flicks them in the muck. Having a few problems with these cards today, if not showing in the boxes. But unfortunately, 10-8 for Ralph. Flops 8-8-4. Wadey, we think, folded a queen. Can we get Zach's and Womble's chip count? Yes, we certainly will, Russ. I'll get them at the break as they're back in when I start wandering around on our 30-minute delay.
There it is. There's the new deck. Hopefully we'll be all right now.
Yeah, they just want re-registering and put them back in. I'll get Zach's chip count and Womble's as well at the break. Womble's name has not been on the elimination chamber, so we're still all right at the minute. Because it has slowed down a little bit. Oh no!
Oh no, we've lost him.
Sven!
And James.
Sven's gone. The last man out. Sven McDermott and James Jagger. Gone. That's unfortunate. Unlucky Sven. Absolutely, Barry. Womble grinded his 20,000 starting stack to a final stack of 18 last night. Played 12 hours. What a grinder. Gets up to 60k, expect a final. 10-8. 10-8 news top Richie P bets, and that will take the hand. Any 25's about, young man.
There we are.
The back. They are on the circuit. Newcastle and Walsall 9th till the 12th of December. The 25-25s are coming back slowly but surely. And then Leeds, Bury New Road the week after have a playing together. So the pots playing Leeds, play at Bury New Road, put the pots together and play the second day in Leeds. And Luton the 16th to the 19th of December. More 25-25s will be coming out next year. There's plans for the G400s, which is the new name for the 30-30s. So there's plenty of poker coming for 2022. All folding round to Tim Chung with the Cowboys. The Jangles.
Raises to 3k. Johnny just come to the table. Could potentially incorporate a free bet in with this one, Tower versus Tim Chung's cut-off opening range. I wouldn't mind to see it. Definitely could incorporate him, but just going to opt for the flat. And Richie's got ace king. Bad timing for him.
Richie P.
I like the shove him for what is 26, 27 big blinds.
Unbelievable, man.
And Tim's obviously going to call with the kings and just fade in an ace it.
The VIP, Richie P, all in and needs to get a bit fortunate to survive.
Not there on the flop.
No. Queen, 7, 5, running hearts, an ace needed for Richie P. Oh! Straight in! Bingo, bango, bongo.
One out for Tim Chung now. And it's
Boom.
a brick, so Richie going to get a double up. That's going to leave Tim on fumes, I believe.
Amazing.
Unlucky there for Tim Chung.
Unlucky Tim, down to 5 bigs. Richie P gets a bit lucky on the turn, but that's part of the game. Richie P up to 85,000. Stacking up the chips, the VIP.
Someone brings us the price side, please could be waiting now for
Anyone want anything else before he goes?
Are there any guarantees with the 25-25s? What's this to there? 25-25 schedule. 21st thing you see, 25,000 guarantee. £250 buy-in. Delicious.
And just as Tara said that, we lost a couple more.
Oh, we're lost.
We've lost Mark Hutchinson and Jack Lorraine. Phil Walker as well.
No way.
Mitchell Speck, Ryan Mandara and Ryan O'Sullivan. All 6 players busting within a minute of each other.
Wow. Well, there you go. Tim, with his final 8.3, he's going to get it through.
start. That's the start. Come back. Here it comes. Oh, he went an hour. He was knocked out an hour ago. That guy.
If somebody wants to leave,
Maybe someone on that table, Mike?
Towers treble coming after the break as well. 3 o'clock kickoffs.
Rich Kelly, yes. Rich Kelly is still in start of the day on 50,000.
Barnsley, Birmingham and Millwall.
Yes.
7-1.
Yeah. And Chelsea to win both halves against Burnley for 20-1. It's on Twitter. He aims to get Tower a blue tick on Twitter. You have to be verified and sanctioned and agreed to by Twitter. You ask, and then they'll look at you, and then they'll go,
No way, no chance.
Why do we need a guarantee? We don't. It's just obviously the name of the 25-25 was initially started 25,000 starting stack, 25,000 guarantee. That's how the 25s originated. So they stuck with the 25-25 same format when they brought them back. But you don't need a guarantee. You shouldn't have the competitors and anybody else like that. They shouldn't have the casinos putting themselves at risk. There's no point. You want to play poker, play poker. Understand that if there's one event in the entire world and you're thinking about travelling, that will be different. But yeah, estimated prize pools we can guess at. You don't need a guarantee. If you're going to play, you're going to play. So Richie P was just doubled up to 85,000. Not out of line. Playing his A game today is Richie P. He's here for a long time, not a good time.
So old Reckitt's got King Queen in the small, opts the limp. Wadey checks his option with the ace-3. Both players with the 9-6 deuce 2 spade board. Reckitt Ralph.
Yes, and please, with the owner of the car with the registration NTF24, please make your way to reception. That's the owner of a vehicle with the registration NTF24 to make your way to
NTF24, what kind of number plate is that? Apart from a posh one.
Expensive one.
That won't be on a Vauxhall Corsa, I'll tell you.
Do you know what? It was. I can't laugh. But earlier, I was walking out of the casino last night, and you got all these cars parked outside the casino on the pavement, and the traffic wardens had an absolute field day. Every single one of them's got a ticket. Literally, just every single person's like, "I'll leave it there. I'll pay 25 quid to be parked there all day." They're happy with that.
25?
Yeah, that's how much it is. Ain't it?
80.
But where I'm from near me, it's 50, and you pay it within like 7 days. You get it for 25 quid.
Oh, you get half it off?
Yeah.
Oh. I'd be very surprised if it's less than 80. It might be 80 to 40, but they love it. Absolutely. So it'll be like 80 to 40. Where are they illegally parked then? Oh, the other side of the bollards?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are, Eddie, what's happening now? Where's all the cards? The cards are out. Here we go. Folding forward. Tim's in. King 9.
This is fine to shove for 8 bigs.
No, we're not going to chop it up, no. Is that Ralph's? Ralph's folded. Oh, he hasn't, not yet.
It will be with 10-4 tower.
He has now. Wadey gets out of the way. Round to Dave. And that will do. Tim gets it through.
Yeah, Tower, go get your car. Go get it.
Well, yeah, I better go and move it. It's a BMW 430 M Sport. Very nice. Wow. Did Ludo make it through? Yes, on the last pan he had 21,000 chips. NTF24 is a BMW 430 Sport. Wow. If you're doing rides down the prom, can I ever go? 117 left at the minute. 54 get the money.
So Dave opted to limp the hijack here with the ace-5, and I'll wreck it Ralph, little isolation with the king 9. Wadey's in with the king 4 suited.
All folding round. Dave, Amir out the way. Amir's folded.
Heads up between these two again. Been a few battles between the two big stacks, and wow, what a flop for Wadey.
6, 7, 3 of diamonds.
What a flop. Flops the second nut flush with a redraw to the straight flush, and he's got the check mark already. So 2 of spades on the turn, and Wadey going to be coming in for another street of value, especially against this particular opponent. I just think we're always just going to be going bet here, try and get the maximum, but I think even old Wreck-It Ralph's not going to call here with the 9 of diamonds. I know he's done a lot of strange things, but I'd be very surprised if he finds the call here on the turn. He has got the chips to do it. And vaccine pusher, that is Katie Swift. That is our sponsored pro, one of them at least. We got 4, all 4 of them playing today.
And it does get out of the way, as you say.
Showshap is midway table 3 in the program, received on DC, and Aria Showshap to catch 3, received on DC.
Sorry, it's not going to be as pretty as you see. We're just going to be sat there watching TV, relaxing. That's all it's going to be like.
And Milo's right now, 1,000, 2,000 to 2,000 rebounding.
So Katie with the Kings, working with 15 big blinds here. Interesting one. Obviously can just shove this, but we have got a really strong hand. The only thing is, are we going to have some stills in there as well? So she just opts to shove perfectly fine, hoping someone wakes up with it behind. And I'll wreck it. Ralph here. Oh no, he's not going to be calling tower.
No.
With the deuces, has to go into the muck. Mia's not going to be calling.
Just under 10 minutes to go on this level. Katie gets it through with the Cowboys.
Vaccine Push asks, how does a poker sponsorship come about? I wouldn't even know really. I guess play a lot of the tour and get some good results, and
They approach you, I suppose, and ask you if you're interested in travelling the country,
or
just
go and win that.
Just go and win that. Exactly right.
Easy as that. There's the National League.
We think there's a point difference the other way around now. Ewan McNicholas and Ben T with they're both cash this week. But Ewan apparently has got one more point now than Ben T. But as you can see there, 7 diamond packages. The diamond packages are 10,000 buy-ins for next year, and then 8 all the way down to, is it 77? Play live in London while we're there, because we're going to be streaming it. We're going to be streaming the platinum packages give you buy-ins for 2022 as well. So there's plenty of chances to get in. Chris Maguire, Will McMurray, Gary Whitehead, all close. We have a massive result here in Blackpool. We know Chris is out, unfortunately, and I think Will's out, isn't he?
Will's out as well.
Will's out, so they can't really improve too much on that. So
it's good news for Bousey, put it that way, who's still in the field.
Yes, it is good news for Bousey, because Bousey's still in and he's leading Chris, and there's only 4 30-30s left. 4 points after this week. All the festivals, all the festival events are part of the NPL, and then the 30-30s next weekend for the final 4 events going towards this year's NPL. Johnny, A6.
Yeah, going to be losing Tim unless he can find a 7. Unfortunate for Tim, getting it in with Kings versus the Ace King, left short now, and he's going to be on his way out the door. Drawing to just a 7.
A 7. Any 7s about?
And looking like Tim is gone.
Unlucky Tim. Tim Chung, former champion, gone.
So we've got about 5-6 minutes left before that 20-minute break.
So the platinum packages are worth 5,000. Diamonds are 10. And the win sponsorship will get 20. It's been a great year. Been a great year. And I know a few of the players have said it's slightly tweaked for next year and it'll be the best ever. But I just think it's the best promotion for a poker player that there's been. It's amazing. Absolutely think it's just out of this world. All the money they collect, the 2% from the NPL events, all put back in. No admin fee, no charges, no nothing taken out. The 2% put straight back into the players. Just over 5 minutes to go until the end of the sesh. We've got a heart on Twitter. We've got a heart. Oh, Mick the Mod. He's on the treble.
Attention, our short please make way table 3 in the book.
That's a thing, like what's what you said.
David with the 10s under the gun. I'll wreck it Ralph with the old 3-bet to 8k.
Who is on the next feature table? We'll let you know when we get the information.
Jamie Nixon.
Jamie Nixon. Follow.
Now we got action here between these two players, David flopping a set and I'll wreck it with the top pair and Broadway draw. 22nd Tom.
22nd Tom. Thomas the lad tank engine in his back. Chatty man's on. Paul Jackson. Alan Carr. Anna Devlin. Elliot Morace. Oof, what a table. Look forward to that straight after the break.
So Wreck-It Ralph never folding here. The way he plays, I just can't see him ever folding ace queen in this particular spot, getting this price. David opted to lead turn. Maybe he thought it was the turn that I'll Wreck-It might check back. He's got the better lead himself, and 10s are good.
Today's match stat from Fletch. Manchester United had more shots at their own goal than they did at Manchester City.
There you go. I thought that was the bet today. No goals from Man U.
You were right. You were bang right.
No shots though. I don't know what the odds on that would have been.
Well, they had 2 shots they scored an own goal and they had another shot on target that the keeper saved. So that could have been 2 own goals. So, wow. You don't get that very often from a Man United team.
Probably never.
United had more shots on their own net than they did at Man City. That's unbelievable. The techers on that. We are what? Minute and a half away from the break. No, Ford, I don't know. Have a look at the stats. Did Foden have 2 or more shots on target? Well, he didn't score.
Amir's going to be all in here tower with the ace king. Going to get called as well by Wadey. May even get called by Wreck-It.
There's Amir turns up. Wadey's going to call this. Richie P gets out of the way. Wadey is going to call this.
Oh, King 10's called. I said I wouldn't put it past old Wreck-It.
Yeah, the Ralph Meister is in. Richie P is off for his break 3 or 4 minutes early. He doesn't mind missing the next blinds.
We got 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
This is the last hand. This is definitely the last hand of the session. 20-minute break.
Yep.
Back at 5 to 3, 2:55. With a new table that includes Jamie Nixon, Dan Stacey, Anna Devlin. So we get three-way action. Amir sees a flop of 9-10 jack.
Yeah, he's in trouble, Amir.
He needs a queen.
Ace will do the job as well.
Yeah. Ace or a queen.
Queen no good, Tower. I don't think.
The queen no good?
I think he's got. Oh no, he's got. I thought he had.
He's got ace
queen. Yeah, he's got. Yeah, you're right. Still gone. Still gone.
Still, it's checked all the way down. Weird takes the hand. No, sorry, Ralph takes hand with the 10 as he outflops Weird. Amir is eliminated on the final hand. We will see you with a new table in 20 minutes at 2:55. We will see you then. Gone. Cup of tea. Off. See you in 20.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot. Like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out set of rules. Started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing, and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like 120 bucks. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And yeah, it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly, this is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. Played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, you know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you gave you the impetus that this was a career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or two or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the yeah, I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which, but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite different game to me. Just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. No, it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, not 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Morgan's called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking on. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Seen the first half of this hour with the tower about 3 times. We should show the second half. It normally carries on. If you're on the next break, it'll just carry on. And at the dinner break, it'll carry on again. So, Scotty, if you want to watch it, it is on YouTube. Hour with the tower from lockdown with Chris Morgan. What a superstar he is. But we are just about ready to start again.
I think everyone would prefer to see a 20-minute clip of Superman Tower Aces versus Kings on replay for 20 minutes.
Or flying down the road in Leeds.
Yeah, or on the Big Dipper, or whatever it's called. What's it called? That rope?
The Big Mac. The
Pepsi Max.
The Pepsi Max. You like that one, don't you?
Yeah, that's the funniest one. That's
So we are just about to start. Good luck, everybody. Paul Jackson, Anna Devlin, gonna be Jamie Nixon, Tom. There's Tom. 22nd Tom. Dan Lacey. Got Chew. So the blinds at 1-2. Elliot Morace in the hat, former Goliath champion.
so straight into the action. Elliot under the gun with Ace Queen. It's at 5.5.
That's Young Wong. Make your way to 5, 2 below.
Anna with 30,000. With the blinds at 1,000, 2,000.
So, Tom, 10 bigs, pocket jacks, easy shove spot.
Absolutely. Bang easy, 10 bigs.
He's got to count to 20 first.
Nah,
bit before.
No need to do that. Not with the jacks.
They've been a regular fixture on the tour, Tom Lagsdale, for the last few legs. Had a final table in Edinburgh. Just gets that one through.
Go on the jam, Nick, he says. Katie on the first table, Jamie on the second. Don't forget Andy Hill's in the next one. Who did we lose before the break? Let's have a butcher's last few eliminations at the. Where did we get up? Where did we?
We got up to. Ryan O'Sullivan was the last one I mentioned.
Ryan O'Sullivan. So we lost Phil Tate, Stuart Lord, Brandon Holloway, Dave Robinson, Thomas Ward, Chung Wong.
That's Tim.
Ari, Tim Chung. Ari Sarkishik. We lost Drayton, Axiaj, and we saw Amir being. Amir is the first out of this level.
Has it started yet? It starts at 4.
Amir, who was on our feature table before the break, was the first person eliminated of this level, literally just. And also Tim Chung, we saw eliminated. And some big news regarding the National Poker League. Ben Teague is out.
And Ewan's still in, so.
And Ewan is still in.
Massive for Ewan, that.
Wow. So Ben Teague is out. Yeah, Paul Jackson in one of the one of the biggest hands in poker with Phil Ivey 15 years ago plus.
Yeah, got put in the bin, didn't he? The absolute bin.
It was amazing.
One of the best hands that you ever see.
Yeah.
Against one of the greatest of all time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got chips now as Paul as well. Good player, Paul Jackson. Very good player.
Yeah, that hand against Ivy is one for the history books, always will be. Don't think there'll be many people who are watching the stream that haven't seen that hand. Well, what was it, a 5-bet rip on like Jack brick with Queen 8 from Ivy, and Paul had air as well, and they're just playing a game with chicken.
Attention, RAO shows up. Please make way to table 3 in the tournament.
What? That was the result of the thing, or the so. Price structure has been given out. That's what I was looking for. You see.
Yeah, that's what we've done there. The results, that was a prize.
That's what I put. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah.
Was it that way? Yeah.
Yes. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. You have to go opposite. £140,724, 100,000 for second for the second event running. The second event running, we've had 100,000 for second place, 63,210, and all the way down to 54th and £2,590. What a just amazing! The prize pool is outstanding.
It is.
586,300 is a prize pool. 533 entries. Blackpool, you've turned out. The staff, the floor staff, the casino, everywhere, top to bottom. Amazing all week. And you guys have turned out, but that is just phenomenal. Tristan's on the Towers treble. Nice to see you, Tristan. Keeping the faith. Fingers crossed. I know Barnes is a little bit dodgy because the third bottom, but Hull City away from home, absolutely atrocious. So we are going to smash it. We're going to smash it. Come 4:45.
So Rich has got kings, raises to 4K. Folded to the button. Dan's not going to be calling this one. Gar's not going to defend this in the small blind. Going to have to get out of the way with this holding versus an early position open. Don't want to be calling ace-8 here into the muck. And Alan got an easy defender with the ace-10, so going to make the call. Six-3 deuce, 2 hearts. So pair for Rich. Alan just with ace high here. Definitely incorporate some checks in here with the kings on this particular board texture versus big blind calling range, but just comes out with a bet, and that is good enough.
Aaron runners left about 110. And here's Anna from the UK. Yeah, she's from around the corner. She's from Darwin near Blackburn, about 30 miles away. Plays in Blackpool, plays in Manchester, plays in Bolton, played the tour for years. And her brother has won one of these. Jason Astley. Justin won Blackpool GUKPT about 6 years ago. And he also knocks in 147s for fun.
Does he really?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, well, he's a snooker player.
He plays a lot. Justin plays a lot, but he's not a bad poker player either. Not a bad poker player at all. 2014 was the win. 2014. I didn't realise it was that far back, but when you think 2014, he took home £59,000 first prize. That's not even third anymore.
James Mitchell. I haven't seen James Mitchell at all this year.
No.
Was on that final table back in 2014, 7 years ago.
Rick Trigg cashed. Lee Tatters, who's still in. Alan McLean, who's seen wandering around the card room all week this week, loves his backgammon. Alex Lindop. Apparently Alex Lindop played yesterday. Was in and out. Didn't even see him. Bracelet winner. Alex Lindop. Oh, tell him here. I like it. Amir is on the Towers treble. Good luck. Come on. Come on, Towers treble.
King's Head Hearts of Dan, working with 16 bigs. In they go. This is fine from him.
Like that.
Right, it's nice to know now the other day when Guy was on my table and he kept tanking in the mini main that he was doing it with air. Because I see now he's doing like a little 10-15 seconds he asks for a quick count with a 6-5 of spades. I think you can't have a decision every time. Like, it took about 10-15 there with the 6 higher face and a 16 big blind shove.
Did the chef make it through, says Den?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Didn't see him at the break though. I was wandering around, but I know the guys were. I know the guys were back at the tables, but we'll see what. We'll see how he gets on. But yeah, at the break, he's still in the mix.
Yep.
Ben Teague was the last out we saw. Does that make Brentford really bad if Norwich are winning? Because Tristiano sticks it up. Jack high flop, Jack 2-6. Anna defending the big with 6-5. Bets as she hits and then gets it through. 35,000 for Anna, binds at 2,000. Yes, Den's on the treble. Good stuff. If you're thinking of playing the bounty, hurry up. It starts at 4 and there's already 70 registered. Side event starts at 4 o'clock, £170 bounty. There isn't, I'm lying. There's 82 registered. Oh my days. They've all got in early for Jeff Stelling. I've heard he's leaving.
Is he?
Yeah. He announced it the other day. Saturdays will not be the same ever again.
Is that 20 odd years?
I'm guessing he's going to be, what, end of season maybe?
So God does want to be opening this one. King Jack of clubs. Raises to 4,000. And Richard going to flat in the cut-off. And Jamie got a nice one to defend here in the big blind. 10-9 off. Perfectly fine to just call here. Getting 6.5 to 1 on the call.
Queen 6-3, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, it's a complete whiff for everyone here. The fours of Richard still actually the best hand. Got with the betting lead could potentially continue this one.
Do you have to enter the NPL or are you entered automatically if you play an NPL tournament? I think you just have to agree, don't you? Tick and agree. I do believe. And then your points will be accumulated to your name every time you swipe in or sign in. Jackson raising it up to 4.
Yeah, Rich here working with 30 bigs and ace queen. Definitely will not be folding. Looks like it's free bet.
And a calls with king queen.
Oh, she comes in for the old cold 4-bet rip.
Oh no, it's a 4-bet rip. It's them all in. Says Anna.
For 19 big
and the
blinds.
king queen suited can never count, says Richard. The eyes are going. Does he want to be calling? Does Richard Horton make the call?
It's an interesting spot because like Anna cold 4-bet ripping, she just looks so strong here, but she's actually got just the king queen, and she's going to see she's going to need to find the king to stay alive.
Gonna need a bit of help. Anna Devlin all in, king queen for 38.5. Rich Horton calls after initially 3 betting. Well, yeah, queen. Oh wow.
Drop outs.
The king to win a 2 to chop it. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Anna needs
Seven
a king,
deuce or
a
king.
7 or a deuce to survive. Oi, 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 it's not. Anna stands up. Came to the table with, in the start of this session, with 17 bigs, and unfortunately Anna departs. Richard Horton taken her out. Good luck, Paul Jackson, says Sylvia. Why is that then? Hi there, Slinks. Surprised you're online after Man United's dismal effort of playing football.
They weren't even good against Spurs, that was the thing. Spurs were just absolutely horrendous.
Did you not get to the game, or is are we still in recovery mode? Oh, I see. She's definitely not on social media. She loves to dish it. She loves to dish it, says Sil, so she always takes it with a smile on her face as well.
Tom's going to be all in here, blind on blind. Ace Jack, we're working with 10 big, so this is a lovely spot to shop for us.
Hiya, Danny. We'll get you a few chip counts as well, Danny. And we're down to 100 players. As Anna, there have been a couple of eliminations as well as Anna Devlin, which I'll give you very shortly.
I'm just going to shove in 5, 4,
3,
3
2,
2,
1.
1.
Right.
He's back to the 20. He's back.
Back to the 20 count. 22nd, Tom.
If you are just tuning in there, Edinburgh final table. Tom Lagsau made our Edinburgh final table, and every decision.
Jay worked it out eventually.
He was counting to 20, I think, every decision just for balance and not giving any reads off.
Jay worked it out exactly.
So we knew exactly when he was going to act. We started doing countdowns. That's how he got the name 22nd Tom, not for other purposes. As Dan here with the Queen 10, going to make the call blind on blind.
So Dan calls with the Queen 10. There's a brave call, leaving yourself 15,000.
It's blind on blind. I guess Dan thinks Tom's good enough, 10 big blinds to be shoving the right range, so makes the call with the Queen 10. Can be up against some suited queens, some 10-9 suited, 10-8 suited that we dominate. So just fading a queen or a 10 to get the double old Tom Lags out. And it's a 5, so the Ace Jack will double up.
Will double up indeed. So we lost Anna. We also lost Christian Popescu and Lee Tatters. They went Stephen Smith and Twan Lee. They went out the door.
And across the bottom of your screen there, you can see some of the stacks around the room, the big stacks. Josh Musoon, the chip leader at the moment.
Josh, 30-30 winner. I think he's won a 25-20 or a 30-30. He's also in the top 20 of the National Poker League as well. Here's Josh, young lad.
He does look your house, he tell like 19, 20?
Ish, something like that. Vinny is dad, final table, Blackpool in about 2015, 20, might have been a bit earlier than that actually. Vinny mustn't, we'll find it out, but final table did Vinny. Josh unable to go into the casino at the time. But he's starting to get some decent scores behind him. Loves his poker, comes in a lot. Playing the local comps here in Blackpool.
Well, he is at least 23 years old because his first cash was in 2016.
I know he final table the Omaha 3 or 4 years ago. So watch out for Josh. He is a decent player and he's already got the 30-30 under his belt as well. Yeah, Josh and Sean, first and second. Sean's still in. He's not sporting the Nathan Slater look today, so we're all right. We've got some news regarding Cooks. The Brad Simpson plays poker like Southend play football. Unfortunately, Bradders is out. Brad Simpson eliminated from the main event, as well as Colin Mayotte. Bust. As you can see, top right hand corner, 94 out of 533.
Dan Rippin for 14k, which is 7 bigs. He's going to get called by Gar because he's got a pair. And we're off to the races. And hi Sharon. And yeah, Tom is still in. I haven't seen his name on the bust out sheet, so must still be in the field. Unaware of his stack size, but is still amongst it. So Ace Jack picks up a little bit more equity in terms of a Broadway draw. Can find a queen now as well as an ace or a jack to get the double. Well, there it is. And can't hit the 6 of hearts, so 1 out to fade for the double up. Royal draw. And it's the 9 of hearts, so River's the flush and the ace jack. Going to get the double up to 32 for Dan in seat 9.
Very quick if you leave it on.
Once again, final call, Colin Waddington, make way team class 1 with 2-5 order. There's a 3, Chris Cobb and Tiana Wan for seat on 2 yellow, class 5. That's Christopher Cobb and Tiana Wan, make way class 5 for 2
So Rob comes to the table, opens 9-7 suited.
There's a 3, Michael Miller, make way table
Makes it
2
4k to go. Gar with the ace for his spades on the button. Thinks better of it, gets out of the way. Alan not going anywhere with the king jack suited in the small. He'll make the call, and Paul's got a nice hand to defend in the big blind, same as Rob. Both players are 9-7 suited.
There's a 3, Robert Murray, make way to class 1 for 2-5 order.
And both catch middle pair. Gut shot for Alan. Rob here got to be thinking about small blind calling range. May choose to check this one. Going to have plenty of Queen X in there, and we've got some middle pairs. It can be good to incorporate a check in with this. And this is a bit of an interesting turn card because Alan has turned the nuts, and he's going to come in for a check. And Rob here with third pair flush draw. So interesting to see how he's going to proceed here. Looks like with a bet. 8k. And Alan comes in for the raise to 25. Now this is interesting because Alan can plausibly have the nuts here. He can have king jack, he can have queen 10, he can have pocket 5s, pocket 9s, all these hands that are going to appeal in the small blind. Queen 10 suited. He can have a lot of value, but the good thing as well, he can also have a few bluffs, club draws, diamond draws, some jack X, a hand like ace jack perhaps that's elected to raise this turn. 3 of clubs on the river does bring in some of the bluffs, the club draws that I just mentioned. hand like Ace Jack, the Jack X, the up and down have bricked, and the backdoor diamonds have also bricked, although that is less likely from Rob's standpoint because of the hand that we're holding. And now, if we're Alan here, probably going to come in for value, try and get called by, I'm not sure, maybe go for value versus some 10x that Rob might have, maybe some check back Queen X on the flop, but club draws, Rob good enough to incorporate a check with flush draws some of the time. He can have some flushes, but I think he's going to be continuing more often than not on Queen 9-5, so we can comfortably come in for value, but Rob, with his third pair, can't call the river bet. He was looking for a diamond, didn't get it, and a nice little pickup from C2.
Well, the chip count scrolling along the bottom, the payout structure. Look at that, man. Look at that. £140,724, 100,000 for the second event running. Just shows how far this has come this year. Nuts. Absolutely bonkers turnouts, fantastic. Everything's been running so well. Just from the floor staff, the valets, all the dealers, just everybody on the floor, and it's just been brilliant. Absolutely amazing. And you guys turn out and you're playing for 54 prizes. Is Tom Hall still in, says Sharon. Afternoon, Sharon.
I've done that, yeah.
Did you do that? Yeah, top three money similar to Luton, but Luton was 518 runners maybe, and this was 533, so yeah, it was pretty similar to, it was always going to be pretty similar to Luton. The numbers nearly identical.
So picking up action on the turn, Rob continued on the ace-high board after just flopping king high, no draw. Does actually have the best hand on this river. It comes down to whether Richie is going to bluff at this. We are going to have more flushes out the big blind. We're going to have the straights here, a lot of two pairs.
This is the final call for Martin that I get to a 1-2 Texas Hold'em catching. Martin that I get to a 1-2 Texas Hold'em.
Comes in for a bet of what looks like 4,000. And it's tiny. Giving Rob 5-1 on a call here. And potentially thinking about putting the cape on. With just king high, we do beat some bare diamond hands and we are getting a nice price, but just think a bit too low down our range to be calling that one, heroing it off unless we've got some immense live read. But I think we've got to fold that one there as Rob. I know we can see, would have been right, but just a bit too far down to be heroing that one off with king jack when the big blind can have a whole host in that particular scenario.
So 54 get the money. We're down to 94.
So Dan's all in for 16 big blinds with king queen, perfectly fine to shove this hand off of this stack size, gets it through.
Remember watching Hamza on the feature this week? Gone. Hamza has gone. Hamza Nazir. Also Rob Boone, who finished second 2 or 3 years ago. Rob Boone has been eliminated. And Chris Wood, oh Woody, has also been eliminated, and the last person out, and he's lost his shoes as well because I've still got them aside of my computer. Ludo Gaelic eliminated, and he's out of the tournament.
It's Jacks for Jamie under the gun, makes it 4K. And we're going to have fireworks here.
Oi, oi. Paul Jackson. Going to be raising it up, that is for sure.
And the thing is, we're 75 big blinds deep here, and Jamie will be well aware that he's open. Wow, Rob's got jacks as well. What shape Paul's in here against two lots of jacks. And this is a tough spot here for Rob in the small, because he'll be aware the position Jamie's open from under the gun, and Paul has come in for the free bet here. And the cold
28.
Yeah, Jamie's got an easy fold now, Tower. I think Jamie can find the fold with the jacks with this action occurring in front of us. You don't expect Rob to ever cold four with tens in this spot. So we're basically just praying that Rob's going to have ace king in this particular scenario. So yeah, we've got a fold there as Jamie after this action under the gun open, free bet from cut off, and then the small blind comes in for the cold four. It's just absolute strength here from Rob. I think this is literally going to be the bottom of Rob's value range here. The jacks is probably the worst hand. He's going to be 4-betting here for value out the small, and action back on Paul Jackson here now with the ace king of diamonds. And how are we going to proceed? Because like, I doubt Rob's ever going to take like an ace 5 suited and suddenly cold four this spot under the gun versus cut off versus small. So I think because of that, he is going to be just weighted towards a lot of value. So Paul's got to come up with what hands are we ahead of. Probably none. I don't think ace queen takes this line. Ace queen probably just going to fold after this action in the small. So it's either ace king as well, or pretty much jacks, queens, kings or aces. But we do have position. We are getting a good price, so we are going to make the call.
And he does make the call. How do we flop? Well, we flop the king and the best of it, and Rob is basically drawing to running hearts.
Yeah, jacks are out of question. Jamie had jacks as well, and if we're Rob here, I'm probably still going to bet here, Tower. We're going to have ace king ourselves. Don't need to go big, like quarter pot's fine.
That's 11.
Yeah, even smaller, so gone for sub fifth there. And Paul obviously not going to go anywhere after flopping top pair, top kicker. But aces is going to be in his head. I know there's only 3 combos of that because we got an ace in our hand. We halved the combos. But once we get called here now as Rob, I think this is just going to be us done with a hand. We've got working with sub 1 SPR. But I think he's just going to check fold now here, because you got to think about what's Paul's calling range, what hands he call our 4-bet with. But Paul opts to check behind, try and get some value on the river from specifically queens or jacks perhaps. There it is.
Bit of 10.
So he's gone tiny to literally target those hands, jacks, queens. And it's so hard for Rob to fold here, just in case we are being bluffed, getting nearly 10 to 1. But he does make the fold correctly as well. But I did say after the flop call he should just be done with the hand, and he was. But even against that river size, it's very hard to let it go. So it's a very good discipline lay down. Some players look at the pot and see 100k in there, they got 10k to win 100k and think, I'll call. If I'm wrong. But good discipline there from Rob, regardless of price, still made the correct lay down. I like Paul's size as well. I really like Paul's size that he opted for there with the ace king. Really nice sizing from Paul on the river, trying to target queens and jacks specifically. Tom opening under the gun. Makes it 4.5 off of what is 23 big blinds. And Gar with the queens working with 25. Now how's he going to proceed here? Is he going to mix it up with a flat, or is he going to free bet? It looks like free bet.
Still alive with the old dog, says Sylvia.
Wow. And against Gar's stack here, Tower, if I'm Alan, I'm just 4-betting to a round. Probably, I wouldn't even mind just because of Gar's stack size here and Tom opening. Wow, he's folded the ace-king. Just let it go. Didn't fancy it for 25 bigs of Gar. Gar playing with 25, we're happy to get it in for 25 bigs with ace-king most of the time, unless he perceives Gar to be an opponent that's just always going to have it here in this spot and not going to have ace-queen, but he should have ace-queen. Maybe that might rip for 25 bigs, but ace-king just gets out of the way.
Absolutely, we could have had the old proverbial, the best race in town, but no, not to be.
Interesting. Like Gar, once he free bets off that stack size, like it's rare he's ever going to be folding. So I wouldn't even mind like 4-betting like 2x there, so that we can sometimes fold the times. I'm not sure. Was it Jamie in the pot or was it Tom? No, it was Tom. So we never would have been able to get away from it anyway with Tom's stack size as well. But for 25 big blinds, ace king, unless our opponent's an absolute granite, then
90 players left out of 533, and 54 make the money. 5, 4, 54. Jamie ace king this time. After initial raise on the button from Elliot.
Yeah, around 20k, give or take, Tower. What I'd like to see from Jamie here, that sort of stack size. Is he just ripped? I thought he moved all in then. He didn't. He made it 18. And Elliot's just going to have to fold the Queen 7 here now, once it comes back to him. Bad news at Barnsley, says Tristiano.
No.
So Hull haven't scored a goal away from home, and then as soon as Tower puts Barnsley...
50 minutes have not scored an away goal.
And then Tower puts them in the treble.
7 games and 20 minutes. What's happened? Oh my days.
Wow, Elliot's 4-betting Tower. I don't believe Jamie.
Wow.
Does not believe him. 4-bets to 42. He thinks Jamie's at it versus his button open, which is fair enough. So just comes for the 4-bet with the Queen 7 of clubs, and Jamie's got no choice but to shove here with button versus small blind. I know we're very deep still, we've got 60 bigs, but button versus small, this is going to have to go in for Jamie. Just going to have to rip this one.
Yeah,
there's the all in and snap
fold
fold from Elliot. And that's a lovely pickup for Jamie Nixon there. Nearly 50k added to his stack without even having to go to a flop. And Elliot putting the 4-betting shoes on with the Queen 7 of clubs.
So Hull City have scored for the first time in 8 games away from home against our team.
As soon as Tower puts the other team in the treble, that's it. I'm going to have to self-exclude myself from these trebles. Going to have to put a self-exclusion.
Wow. Unbelievable.
There's still time. There is still time.
So there we go. Cristiano, good news at St Andrews. And we're not golfing. That's Birmingham winning. Eliminations as we're down to 90. We saw Ludo being eliminated. He made it 90.
It's got Queen Jack for Elliot in the hijack. Wants to be opening this one once folded to us. And raises. And Jamie with Queen Jack of diamonds here. Gonna make the call. I like this from him. Maybe we can free bet Elliot with our offsuit, but our suited one. Just happy to call. Gonna flop well. Good playability. Take a flop in position, and Tom's gonna be all in here. Tower has to be. Has to be all in. 17 big blinds. You've got an open from Elliot, a flat from Jamie, hijack cut off, and ace 10 just wants to be going in here in about 9 seconds time.
8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clock paused. In they go.
Oh, he's actually got more. 38.5. Well, 19 bigs. 2 quick folds. Nice pick up from Tom. Look at that. 15k added to his stack there. Went from 38 to 53 just from getting that shove through, and that's how effective these shove spots can be. They're really, really good. You got to understand what hands are good to do it with, what positions, what stack size is good to shove for X amount. And the thing is as well, sometimes, yes, you're going to get called by a better hand, but you're going to have equity. Pre-flop equity is always running closest, so you do have the chance to get there. The times that you are calling, that you are behind, but you are going to be wanting to pick up chips like that. You need to be taking these good reshove spots, like Tom just did there with the ace 10. I didn't even see where Hull were in the league tower. Are they
second bottom?
They're second bottom, and Barnsley are third bottom.
Aye. Look at Hull's at that.
So Dan going to be at risk here because Jamie's got the kings and Dan with the ace queen. Dan shoving for 16 big blinds over Jamie's open, perfectly fine. Unfortunately, just run into it.
Jamie has the Cowboys, the Django's against Dan.
Well, 10-3 deuce. It's a good flop for the kings of Jamie. Dan is going to need to find an ace. And only an ace. There's 2 remaining in the deck, 1 in the muck.
Nah, it's not. It's not.
So we lose Dan Stacey.
Unlucky Dan. Dan being eliminated. Just before Dan went out, we lost Stato, Andy Hume, we lost Maz Bako.
What?
Exactly.
Maz was chipped up at the start of the day.
Yeah.
Where have they gone?
We lost Matt Perry. We've lost Lynn Beaumont, and also Rich Kellett. Rich Kellett has been eliminated. Dan Stacey eliminated on the feature. That leaves us with 88. 54 get the money. We're on 88.
It's got Rich under the gun with ace jack, raises the 4.5, and Elliot gonna just flat the fives here, and Gar playing 28 bigs. Ace queen suited. This could just be going in tower. Wouldn't mind it. But he is just going to flat. Rich has opened under the gun. Obviously wary about that under the gun opening range perhaps. But wouldn't have been surprised to see a shove either from Gart with this particular holding. But opts the flat. He wants to see a flop.
So 4, wait, 2, the flop 6, 4, 10, 2 hearts.
So
Decent flop for Gar.
Yeah, it's going to be going in for Gar. If someone bets, he's probably going to rip over the continue if Elliot does fight. Well, Elliot's not really opener, but Elliot is going to fight here, and Gar's going to move all in tower.
Yeah, better 9,000.
No, he's just going to call. Is that?
Raise to 20.
Oh, raise. Raise for 40% of our stack, basically. 25. It's 50% of our stack. Basically putting ourselves all in, never folding. Elliot just can't call with the fives. Yes, he's got the best hand, but just cannot call in this particular scenario.
So very unlucky.
Craig Dawson.
Oi, the Dawson.
Sporting a very smart top
Interesting
today.
story about Craig Dawson. Turned up 2 hours late for the satellite because he thought he was on at 9. It wasn't. He was on at 7. Alternate number 124 gets a seat. Macapac Ewan, who is now leader of the leaderboard. Michael K. Oh, Boz is still in. Boz is still in. Bouse is still in the background.
Tricks in the background as well.
Ah, the t-shirt's back. I've had so much stick about this t-shirt, you know.
So he said.
If you see the back, it looks like he's got netting on and then a t-shirt. Johnny Great, former champion. 200, 300,000.
350 tower.
Yeah,
probably about 350. He's got 100k just in 25k chips.
Dickie P still in.
Connor Healis. Looks like he's got a good 200k there. David Doherty's chipped up okay. Over 100 for him. Certain someone always says about form game.
That's Simon Zack.
Is that a vape?
It was.
Did we catch him on camera?
Yes.
Very naughty. Paul Fisher.
Indeed, very naughty.
He's
no
got chips.
vaping in the clubs.
There's Bousey and Trigg.
Bouse is chasing the points as well, isn't he? With him, Tango Tom. Always used to have a bet for you on a Saturday afternoon with Tango Tom. So there we go. Great to see the players from around the room as we spike a 10 on the turn. Does Alan.
So Alan turning the straight here. He just gets a fold from Richard.
Yeah, they turned out in force this week as well, the Teessiders. The Teessiders and the Geordies have all come down in force. They all love Blackpool. Everybody loves Blackpool.
Yeah.
Ace 7 5 on the flop. Did we see Maccapack's chip stack when we just done the pan?
I didn't really take too much notice of it.
Pratt's just asked. We did a pan and Chris Johnson was there. Might just, I think it was the first on, wasn't it? So we'll just quickly show you after the hand.
Yeah, lovely turn here for Gart. Going to continue firing, and now Rob just not going to be able to withstand this pressure with his 7.
I think Maccapack was the first on, wasn't it? Or one of the first. We'll quickly show you it again. We have a. Oh, the Maccapack was there. There he is, Chris Johnson. You can't see stack. Well, if that's a full stack of yellows, that's 100. Macca just Chris Johnson. Right, he's got plenty. Chunks. Looking like about 150,000.
So blinds going up in 3 minutes' time. That'll move us into level 4 of the day. As Alan opens the ace deuce and the hijack, makes it 5 to go. Paul with the jack 9 of hearts, going to flat in the cutoff. Definitely incorporate a free bet in with this one some of the time, especially versus the hijack.
Your sitting is now screened. Players, you're welcome to make your way to your phone.
Flops a double gutter with the jack 9. So we'll check to us here as Paul. I like his decision to bet this one. We got jack high. We can start folding out some ace highs of our opponents, and we have equity to the nuts with our double gutter. And just gets that one through.
So Jamie, another decent effort so far in the GUKPT. Final table, Edinburgh, 216,000 so far today. 88 out of 533. And there's 54 places getting the money. So Towers treble at half time. Drawing, losing, winning, and the 4-timer winning.
How much do we get for that?
About as much as last Towers treble. And the one before that.
We need Barnsley to have a little spin round.
We do.
Come on the Barnsley.
Come on the Barnsley.
Up the Barnsley.
You don't want to go on Towers' hate list.
So button open from Elliot, raise and take for him.
Hello, Mr. Byron. Mr. Byron Sugars. There has to be a special effort from Byron Sugars at Goliath 2022. Seeing as though we missed it in 2021 and 20, we missed it. We missed two. We missed 2020. We missed 2021. 2022 has got to be special. He did turn up in 2016 in a pink ballerina's outfit. Lost the prop bet. Got to be done again. First one back.
I'm glad I never had to do John Barnes' World in Motion in a Liverpool top. Remember that in the chat?
No schedule or price. Wouldn't surprise me if Goliath went up this year, slightly. There's been no talk from Jim, there's been no talk of anything. We've only been concentrating on GUKPT.
So Jamie and Alan really deep here. Wow, how's Gar fold that there, Tower? That's a mad fold. It's a great fold, but how on earth does he fold?
How are you, man?
Good, you?
Awesome.
He would have got himself in a world of trouble as well. Oh, Gar would have flopped top pair, top kicker. And Alan mixing in a check here with the kings, and he's going to get a bet from Jamie with the tens, that's for sure.
It's going to get loud behind us very shortly.
Playing this one tricky. And Alan continuing to tell the story that he can have a lot of hands here. He might have some floats with some ace highs. Well, that's a card neither player is going to like. This is going to go check, check, Tower. No need for Jamie to bet this ace on the turn. 10's too good to be start turned into bluff. We're only targeting kings, queens and jacks specifically. So it does go check, check, and the 6 of hearts on the river. And if I'm Alan here, I'm either going to go really, really small, a little block bet, or I'm going to be just checking this over to Jamie, hoping, praying for the check behind. I guess Jamie can fire some ace 10, ace jack type hands on the flop with back doors, like an ace jack, ace 10 suited. Also, we can induce some bluffs from some of Jamie's queen jack, queen 10 suited, jack 10, those type of hands. But he's opted for the first option that I spoke about. That looks like a small block bet. Well, it's not that small, 15.5. Looked a lot smaller than what it is. Less than half. But I guess he just thinks Jamie's not going to have too much ace-x here after he bets flop, unless it's ace-x of clubs. Maybe think Jamie's more likely to have a hand like 9-10 suited, jack 9 suited, these type of holdings, so trying to get value from those. Tough spot here for Jamie with the 10s. The size Jamie went on the flop. Maybe Jamie thinks that the ace highs of Alan aren't going to call, they're just going to fold out of position. So what ace X is he supposed to rock up with in this spot? Unless it's like an ace queen, ace jack with the ace of clubs, they would probably make sense. They might call once this deep. But looks like he's going to make a good laydown with the 10s. Could have definitely lost more chips in this pot if he opted to free bet, but didn't because of the under the gun open perhaps, and he is actually going to pay it off. And you're going to see the kings, which are good. Nice bet on the end from Alan.
Dave Maudlin, Anthony Kennedy and AR eliminated. Means we're on 85. 85 left in the mix as we're counting down to 80, to 54.
Do you want 11 or 9?
Oof! Oh, we have a choice of 11 or 9. What's that? What's what? Oh, king prawn curry with chips, or special fried rice king po sauce.
I think I prefer 11. Well, yeah, I know, yeah. That's the thing. I think I'll go with 11.
11.
Nice your mate in there.
Yeah, and Craig's there as well.
King prawn curry on its way then.
We'll go with 11.
90 in the bounty. It's capped at 90. There's 90 in.
It's capped at 90.
Yeah, tables, space. There's 5 cash tables running already. There's 90 in the bounty. There's an alternate list, and there's a main event.
Busy day.
Is Reckless Ralph still in? Yeah, he is at the minute. No, he's out. Oh, no, he's not. He's gone.
Well, that 200k he had before the break, he's dusted it off in an hour.
Reckless is the word.
Reckless Ralph, gone.
Gone.
So Elliot continued for 13k here, 13 into 28, so just south of half. And Richard does have Broadway draw, backdoor nut flush draw here, so probably going to call once, getting this price on this money, 3 to 1. But out of position to Elliot, just thinks better of it, thinks I'm not going to be able to call a second street unless it's a queen or an ace, so let's get out of the way and preserve our chips. We're on an hour clock, plenty of time to pick spots.
So I wonder if AR was Reckless Ralph. Probably. As I said, he was eliminated. Which means we're on 85. Who's chip leader? We've got a few chip leaders. We've got a few chips at the break. Josh Musson, young lad from Blackpool, was chip leader in the tournament on 350,000. Won the 30-30. Katie's still in. Andy Hill's still in. Rick Triggs still in. So all 4 Grosvenor pros still in at the minute. Cheers, Paul, watching on YouTube.
Thanks, Paul.
Cheers, you man. Oh no. Yeah, Hull City definitely winning. Well, they're winning 1-0 at half time. Charles Treble has a chance. Apparently Rotherham United are winning in the FA Cup first round as well against Bromley.
So Tom could potentially rip this versus Jamie. I wouldn't hate it, Tower. Against this particular opponent, blinds are now up, so we actually got sub 20 here as Tom and Jamie hijack opening range. Can definitely attack that. So if I'm Tom here against this particular opponent, I wouldn't mind a shove at all. And this is good from him. This is really nice. A lot of players don't take this spot, but Gar's woke up with it behind him.
Oi, oi.
And Gar's going to be moving all in himself for what is 36 big blinds. I make that. So Gar gonna have to ISO here. The shove's perfectly fine for Tom. It would have worked versus Jamie's particular hand, but like a broken record, I keep saying you never account for it. When someone wakes up with it behind you, there's not much you can do. It's just how it goes sometimes. It's gonna happen from time to time. Players will wake up with it behind. And we should just see Gar move all in here. Tower. If he doesn't, I will be pretty shocked.
Yeah. Get him in.
He's obviously thinking about calling. He's never folding, obviously. He's thinking about whether to call or move all in. That's what he's up to.
In they go.
Could be losing Tom Lags out. Unless he hits a jack, obviously.
Yep. Got to be in.
Yeah, he's debating whether to call or raise. It's the same effect, really, because if we call, we're not folding after someone else jams behind us. But Gar with the ace king.
He's not thinking of folding, sure.
No, he can't fold Tower. He's never folded. Maybe he might even be trying to get Jamie in behind. I don't know. Because Jamie's still in the pot and
oh no, he's gone. Jay's off. Jay's gone. We've lost him. Oh my days. We've lost Jay for the afternoon. He has gone to go and bang his head against the wall. Well. Wow. He's gone. he's actually gone. He's actually gone. He's done up. He's gone. Oh my God, dear. What? Hey dear. He's gone. If anybody finds you, can you send him back? Oh. Oh my dear. Anyway. I think he's just got to buy. He's just got to find a wet fish. Oh well, there you go. So if you find him, just stroke his hair and just send him back.
Need you a moment.
Oh, he's found him. Here he is. He's back again. He's back. Oh, he's here now. Oh my days. Oh.
Oh dear, oh dear,
Standard full then, yeah?
I just needed some fresh air.
Oh my God.
I just needed a little bit of fresh air for just 2 minutes. That is madness, Tower.
Yep.
How is Tom still alive?
See, that was it, you see. He'd ordered food.
Maybe.
He'd ordered food. He was definitely not leaving before the food. I'm folding Ace King suited.
You can fold Ace King suited in certain spots for lots of big blinds, but for sub 20 big blinds, you just can't be. Especially against the dynamic of Jamie and Tom. It's like Tom's gonna have, like, you can see Tom had King Jack, he can have King Queen, he can have King 10 suited, he can have Ace 10, he can have Ace Jack, he can have suited aces. There's just a whole host of hands we dominate. Oh.
Yeah. Thought you'd gone to the promenade. It's a good job he hadn't, because there's a South Pier to jump off.
Yeah. God. God. Obviously, I guess maybe it's a 12.50 buy-in. It's not even for his tournament life though either, that's the thing. It was for half his stack, but still it's... I just don't know what to say sometimes. When I see stuff like that, I don't know what to say. Yeah, maybe that's over a small sample size pool. But if you play, like for example, if you play online and you've got like a HUD or something and you've played millions of hands, you'll see that your fourth best winning hand is Ace King suited. It will be above jacks. It will go aces, kings, queens, and then Ace King suited. So like maybe over the short term, or you've got a small sample size with it, like you haven't won your flips or whatnot, but you've just got to be getting in there. I'll tell you what, Jerry, if he does, I'll flick you into the grand final. Yeah, Paul, I know what you're saying. He can have aces or kings, but it doesn't matter. Like this game, you can't specifically put your opponent on one hand. You've got to think about the range of hands that they're supposed to shove in that spot. And ace king suited against the range of hands that Tom's going to have over a hijack open of Jamie shoving for 19 big blinds. Ace king's just going to absolute crush that range. It's going to crush that range of hands. So, yes, a very small amount of time we'll run into aces or kings. Very, very small because we've got blockers. But Like, I just can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Almost got the ball there. If that's on Sky, does it come in Spain? You get the call. Yeah. And last guy, not from Spain, you get the ball, man. Jingo Jango. Not on here. Furthest away.
So we started the day with 168 and we're down to 85. 54 get the money.
Getting there, slowly getting there.
Absolutely.
We're on dinner break in 45 minutes.
Are we?
Yep.
That's gone quick.
He's got ace 10 for Alan, raises to 6. Tom with the king 9 in the big, getting 3.5 to 1 on the call, slightly more. Probably going to defend this one in the big blind, so we can catch a credible piece to go with.
At this moment in time, Womble and Zach are still in. 85 players left.
Now, and Tom just comes in for the free bet with a king 9. Fair play to the man. Great read. If he thought Alan was light and opted to incorporate a free bet in with that hand and takes it down. Well, Dave asked if I'll fold that spot on the bubble, and the answer is no. I bubbled the 30-30 and Luton, the exact same spot with ace king, and I was up against 9s and didn't win a flip, and I was out the door. But it was still wouldn't be folding it on the bubble. Unless it's for heaps of bigs, obviously. I only had I can't even remember how many bigs I had, but unless it's for heaps and heaps of big blinds, I'm not going to be folding in that particular spot. Yeah, sometimes you bubble comps, that's how it goes.
I think you might need to get the whip out. Womble hasn't chipped up too much since the start of the day, to be fair. Richard Orton, ace queen, took out Anna Devlin earlier. Moving round to the button, Jamie Nixon, who also gets out of the way.
Paul should just fold here, towel up.
Yeah.
We're not deep enough with our opponents to go set mine in. He's like, that's one way of not getting your opponent to show.
So 85 left, 54 get the money, so plenty of the way off yet. As Jay said, dinner break in 35 minutes.
I think it's a bit more. We're going to break at 10-2, right?
10-2.
Just past 10-2, just before 5-2. Started 4 minutes late today.
Mark Lee, Richard Acker, Rich Kellett, Stephen Sheldon, Cameron, Steve Fraser, Gary Bertram, and Graham East. The awards please make way in front of the delivery.
A7 suited for Elliot in the hijack, raises to 6.5. And Tom here, 9/8 of clubs. Tom thinking about this one. It's now chipped up a little bit more. He's got 26 big blinds. And he is really on it today. Because he comes in for yet another. Oh, I thought that was a free bet. Count out loads of chips. I thought he was free betting this particular holding, but just going to flat. Obviously, it is a disaster for us if we free bet to around 18 and we get ripped on by Elliot. So just going to flat. Great playability. We've got position on the opener, and this hand's going to flop well. This is going to be about the cars.
Just an announcement about some vehicles, unfortunately as usual, that are parked and need to be moved if you don't mind.
You get yourself a ticket.
J30. Blackpool, thank you very much. Yeah, cool. Right, Blackpool, Z-Tech. Let me take my glasses off so I can see it.
He's looking out the window with binoculars. That's probably what he's doing.
Okay, on your toes. Okay, that's it. Run, Forrest. Right, okay, good luck everybody else. Hope you all get straight flush.
Who is this guy? Who is this joker on? Who is this joker on the tannoy?
That's the best tannoy announcer we've ever had in Blackpool. Can't move your cars, the rest of you hope you get a straight flash.
The thing is what they don't realise, like I said, people were happy to just park there and get a ticket and pay £30-40 a day just to park their tower. So people aren't moving their cars, that's the thing. If you're buying into a 12.50 poker tournament, you're not really fussed about 30-40 quid, so it's hard because people just leave them there. They just keep getting tickets.
Sounds like the meat man in the van on the market. 2 triple R's coming in. Not only you get 5 triple R's, you get £5 of bacon as well. Oh, brilliant stuff.
So bad turn here for Elliot. This is just going to smash Tom once he calls flop. He's going to have spade draws. He's going to have a hand like he has here, pair gut shot suited. The only hand we're actually ahead of now from Elliot's perspective on this turn is Jack 10. So going to have to let this one go, and that's exactly what he does. And Tom now, just like that, up to 92.5k. And if he has a deep run, Tom, he'll have Gar to thank.
Afternoon, Roy. Roy Chiochi watching up the Everton, that's all we say.
How are we doing, Roy?
Oh, yeah.
Good to have you on board, Roy. Hope you're well, young man. Be good to see you at some point very soon.
Hope you all get a straight flush. That is impossible. Imagine every player in the field making a straight flush today. That would be like a goggle, that would. Prizes running across the bottom of the screen for you now. Kev, just come in the Twitch chat asking for the payouts. They will be running across the bottom of your screen. So we've got Rob raising 2-5, ace 4 of clubs, +1. $10-7-4, 2 spade flop, bottom pair top kicker for Rob. Pull out flops him with the middle pair here. Might choose to check this one behind some of the time, Rob. Thing is, Paul in the big blind, he's going to have a lot of hands that can connect with this board. There's plenty of gut shots out there that are going to continue, but now may choose to come in for delay, continue on this king, which is perceived better for us, but looks like just happy to get to showdown with the 4. and this should go check. Never getting called out by worse here as Rob and Paul will check like some small spades here. You can have the deuce free, 5 of spades in the big. But looks like he is going to go for value. Surprised by that. Are we trying a target to get called from? Just don't think Rob's ever going to call there without a flush and 4 to a spade board. Unless he rivered 2-pair himself. But it's also value in not showing your hand, I guess. So didn't have to show, takes it down.
We've lost 5. Mark Poole, Mitch Johnson, Brian Taylor, Nikolai Pomeranov and Matthew Pell. They are the 5 eliminated, which means we're down to 80.
So Rob Jack 10 suited, going to open under the gun, raises to 5.
How bad do you think I am? Yeah. How bad do you think I am? I'm at least linked.
Is the Mandara machine still in?
No, Ryan Mandara busted about an hour ago, John.
Did
he? Yep.
Did he still have a headache?
Probably. Probably. I heard he had a heavy night. As heavy as they come.
Wowzers.
So we got top and bottom for Rich here with the ace-3. And Rob with just jack high here wants to be continuing this board versus big blind range. We can fold out all them sort of middling cards and king highs, queen highs that were behind. Unfortunately in this situation, Richard with the ace-3. I wouldn't actually mind a raise here from Rich. I know we can see we want to potentially keep the jack 10 in for Rob, but looking at it from without the whole cards, we can credibly represent a lot of bluffs here on this board, some gut shots, some diamond draws. So I like his decision to raise this one because Rob can have ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, all these type of holdings that are going to have a tough time folding to our raise. But unfortunately for us, Rob just sitting there with jack 10 of clubs on that occasion.
We have lost 2 more, which means we're down to 78. We've lost Tom Gill and Russ Corley. He has not managed to grind it up. Womble, the Steve Walmsley, has just been eliminated and we're down to 78. He's not got a double up. Womble is on his way to Wimbledon. Unbelievable. Unlucky Steve. Stephen Walmsley. Womble himself didn't get a double.
It's Jamie King Queen of Hearts. Opens to 5. And Rob in the big blind here. King 10 of clubs not going to be going anywhere. Rob working with 23 bigs now versus Jamie's EP open. I think it was just a late pitch position open we're faced with here as Rob. We can shove this, but versus EP, just going to flat take a flop, see if we can catch a good enough piece to go with. Ace 3, 4, 2 spades. So good board for Jamie to come in for a continue on. It's ace high. We've just got king high on this occasion. We can credibly represent a lot of hands. All the ace X that we'd be opening. That's exactly what Jamie is going to do. Comes in for a continue and just a quick fold from Rob.
$140,000 up top. 100,550 for second and 63.2 for third. Very nice. How's Towers Treble going?
Well, Barnsley need to get 2 goals. Because I feel like Millwall might win.
Okay.
That is what we need.
Right. Come on, Barnsley. Sort it out.
If it comes in today, because I've had a little extra on it,
Have you?
than I usually would,
All right.
I'll treat you to a tomahawk.
Oh,
There you are.
come on, Barnsley.
There you are.
Unbelievable.
Alternate 22 and lower. So have a seat for Gary Spink, Peter Walling, Philip Johnson, Mark Hall, Stephen.
Keep opening Jack 10 suited, and Rob's got to shove this tower. Ace King in the small, working with 21 bigs. This has got to be going in. Rob, good player. So I'm sure he'll make the correct decision here. No, he's just going to call. I thought he said call. It is all in. There's the triangle. And Keith obviously cannot be calling with the Jack 10 suited. So Rob's going to pick this one up with the Ace King.
Keith will get out of the way. Chef Brad is out. Chef Brad will probably be playing the bounty for about 20 minutes. No, Brad is out, unfortunately. Brad Simpson eliminated about an hour ago.
Please confirm for John Woods, around 2 5 minutes of the game. That's John Woods, 2 5 minutes of the game.
Afternoon, Jason. Watching on Facebook. Good luck to Sandy and Ellen today, who travelled up from Leeds playing the bounty. Very nice indeed. Good luck to those. We're on 78. One bull, the last man out.
Blind on blind there, Elliot folding the 10-6. Saw him complete the Queen 3 off, I think it was. I know Queen 4 off a couple of orbits before, and Jamie raised the King 4. And what that does as well for Jamie, it sets up that dynamic for the day with Elliot. It allows Elliot to know that I'm not going to let you complete the small light, I'm going to raise a lot of hands here. So then what it does for Jamie, he's going to start getting a few more walks, and just creating that dynamic can be good sometimes. It's when can get you a few more walks later in the day, or as we just saw then. Oi, oi. Information from Kieran Cook, Katie Swift up to over 100k.
Oi, oi.
Let's go, Katie. Let's see if we can get all 4 of our pros in the money. That would be a first.
Yes.
I know Jamie's obviously going all right. Katie's going all right. I'm not sure how Mr. Hills is getting on. Nor Trig. We got Gar opening the Queen's here to 6.5k, and Alan coming in with a call with the Ace 10. No, he's 3-bet to 18. I think against this particular opponent, after what I just saw with the Ace King, I don't mind it. I guess Gar's going to be folding a hell of a lot of his range if he's folding Ace King for 20 bigs, and if Alan is aware of that, he's just pounding on him, saying you play too tight, I'm going to 3-bet you light. But on this occasion, Gar with the ladies, and going to be moving all in here, Tower for 30
Please don't
bigs.
fold queens.
If he I'm done. I'm done for the. Do you know what? I'm going to.
He's just calling.
He's just going to call. He's just going to call. I think for 30
Let's
bigs.
see a floppy.
I'm not sure if he's calling because he's scared or if he's calling because he's trapping.
Well, that's a nice plot for Gar.
Yeah, very nice. And if we're Alan here, well, now he's going to come in for a donk in the 3-bet pot. Mr. C-bet from the aggressor, for sure. If we checked over to Alan, he would have at least C-bet this board with Ace 10 after 3-bet bluffing. But Gar just comes in for the donk in the 3-bet pot and gets it through with the ladies.
Once again, players registered for the bounty. Please take your seats. We'll be starting in 1 minute. That's all players registered.
So under 30 minutes to go until the 60-minute dinner break. We're on 78. We are on 78. Oh, the cat. The cat's in the building. No, I had many reports on Towers treble in the second half. What's happening? Seven, 2, 6 all diamonds. Rich Horton in seat number 3 with the overs and a redraw to the diamonds.
Lines up on the tournament, the lines at 1 and 1 in 100 1 and 1 in 100
So Richard bets 5.5. Keith comes along for the action. So Keith checks Richard's going to barrel the turn. And the pressure from from Richard Horton is good. Where are we? We're in Blackers. Blackpool! Woo-hoo! Walking in today was a mission, I'll tell you. About a 30-mile-an-hour wind. Right, a 30-mile-an-hour wind today in Blackburn on the way in. If you want to ask Jay how he liked the walk along the prom.
I didn't like it.
He decided that walking along the prom with a 30-mile-an-hour wind and a high tide, it'd be nice to walk down by the seawall, not realising every 10 seconds he's going to get soaked. And he did. Scrolling along the bottom, Gary. Hopefully. There they come.
There they go.
Scrolling along the bottom, Gary, gives you the information regarding the payout structure, the entries, the buying, the prize pool. Amazing.
I've got an all in here from Robert, and Elliot's reshoved the ace queen. Alan is going to get out of the way and going to be flipping.
I just don't know if it won't go. It might be cold though.
So the 10s, we've got redraws.
They're still in front, just fading.
Still in front.
Well, ace, queen, or 10 to fade to get the double.
Get the double, we need to fade. Here comes the 4 of hearts. Oh, it's even further away.
So
the 2 of spades
of Rob Will Double and Elliot, who was one of our chip leaders at the start of the day, down to just 30 bigs now.
Yeah. We are, yeah, absolutely. We said 140, we got it spot on. We got it spot on, wasn't bad at all, was it? More or less the same price pool as Luton, 533. 500 and, was it 518?
Well, I mean, if that's what you want, I will get the choice.
So Paul opening King Jack under the gun. Rich is going to flat the ace queen, perfectly fine, versus his under the gun open on his direct left. We are very deep with him, so just going to call 50 bigs deep. Flops top pair, top kicker as well. Nice flop for us with the ace queen. Going to perhaps get one bet from Alan. One call I would have said, but he's able to check this one behind.
Sean Hanley says, how's Dan Charlton and Rich Kellett getting on? They've both been eliminated, unfortunately. Both gone out of the main.
Well, I got killed in it, so that's what I'm going to do, because I'm going to stop this in like 2 years. I'm just going to take all the... Oh, your partner? And like get all the girls. It just something so quiet. All the chilies.
Mac and cheese.
How many someone's next, mine?
Well, no, they're best before. No, they do more for us as well, so then it's got to be...
left in the pot cup. You'll bring more.
So river action here. Paul, after checking the turn with his top pair here, a bit under rep, so that's why he's thinking about calling this off. And the thing is, flop was checked through, so doesn't expect Rich to have a queen here too often once he checks flop, so got to be thinking, what's he got here? And it's kind of a weird line from Richard to take here.
He'll be in the tank. He'll be working out every scenario, that is for sure. Great poker player, Paul Jackson.
Tough spots out because flop's got check through. Flop's checked through.
Yep, changed you all the way through and got paid off. Towers trebles down, says Paul Leverage. Something's happened. Uh-oh. If it's Barnsley, they're on the hit list.
Well, it is Barnsley.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Who puts Barnsley in a treble?
Well, when you're playing a team that haven't scored in 7 games, then you're going to stick them in. And they won the last game. You're going to stick them in, aren't you? They were good value at even money. Pre-flop. Obviously not.
David Wise, Peter Beresford, thank you.
Terrible.
We will be back at
5:55.
Yep, 5-2.
It will be. In 15 minutes time we go for a 60-minute break. And a new table will return. We'll stop and start the stream at the dinner break. For recording purposes. Yeah.
After about 2-3 months, I thought I was going to play at line on stakes. It took about 2 hours to play around, and out missed deals, I thought I can't deal with it. Just got to.
5-6-2 check call from Paul. 10 of hearts on the turn. Gives Elliot the best of it. We'll bet 20. We are 24 players from the money. So Paul makes the call. So we're in at 2 pair and Elliot puts his final 40,000 in.
Paul thinking a hero in this with just a 5. Maybe thinking, what hands is Elliot going to go bet with for value? And the thing is, Elliot had all the chips at the start of the day, and these two are on the same table. So Paul has seen Elliot make some moves, and obviously just know that he's just lost a big flip against Rob. And Paul's aware of that, and he might think Elliot's steaming here and that he's just going for it, absolutely going for it.
I thought you might like a bit of pudding that's not shitty pants. A little vegan chocolate mousse. I've got you 2 pieces if you want to share, and if you don't. Just tell them it's one big piece. You can't hear me, are you? Alright. Thought he said, come and play. You're Catholic, you've got to do.
Attention please, the following players, please make your way to the left of your seat in the bounty. Andrew McNair, Shane Lennox, Mark Lee, Richard Acker, Rich Kelly, Chris Wood, Cameron, Cameron, Fraser, Gary Bertram, and Graham East.
Cowboys. And Elliot is going to be, after that big hand with Paul Jackson, he's going to be feeling like he's on a bit of a heater. Because now he's got the ace queen.
And then 3 bets to 22. Elliot moves all in. Alan will make the call. And Elliot going to need to get lucky.
He is indeed. Here comes the announcement again. Hope everybody gets a straight flush.
He's picked up additional outs. Can't find a king.
Here's a king.
Or a queen. Ace now good, no good. Queen or king needed, and it's a 7 of hearts, so we are going to lose one of the chip leaders to start the day, Elliot Moraes.
Well, lucky Elliot. Big hand with Paul Jackson, and then gets ace queen into kings. Unfortunately, Elliot is out.
Gary called it in the chat.
He was again ZZ Top, believe it or not. Have you heard of ZZ Top? No. Never heard of ZZ Top. Anyway, just is what it is. ZZ Top were an American soft rock band, and there were 3 in the band. 2 of them had really, 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 really long beards. If you just Google ZZ Top, the beards nearly touched the floor.
Yeah.
They were like Hell's Angels, that's how they looked. The drummer didn't have a beard. He was called Eddie Beard, and that was his name. And he didn't have one.
Eddie Beard, didn't have a beard.
Yeah, seat 7, Jamie Nixon is the guy who was commentating while Jay was on his hour yesterday.
Sabria won 100 bigs with ace queen. Elliot had 100k, but was not 100 big blind, so 100k was 40 bigs. So Keith opening early position, Alan flattening the cut for 4s, and Paul with Jack 10 on the button. It looks like Rich is counting out squeezing chips like it. All this dead money in here. We're sat there with ace queen. I want to come in for a big squeeze out of position in the small. Don't want to really flat this and go 5 or 6 way with big blind calls as well. And this will be that. No one can continue with these holdings. Keith, Alan and Paul should all be getting out of the way. I like the size as well. Richard's opted for nice and big, close to 6x.
Oh, slap on the wrist from Cat. It was Frank Beard actually, not Eddie Beard. Damn me. The blinds are 1,000, 2,500. Sabria Bass. I'm not sure. That's yesterday. That was the last level last night.
The blind should be 1k, 2.5k. So 5 minutes remaining on the clock, and then we will head out on an hour dinner break.
We will
Back
indeed.
at 5 to 6.
We will be. With a new table. We did find out which one, didn't we? Apparently, Elliot finished in 72nd place. Just before him was Andy Hills. So we won't be having all four making the money. Stu Kilpatrick, M.I., Garrett Callan and Justin Devonport. Which means we're down to 72.
I don't know. He came here. Obviously, I would have gone and got it for his neck coming. It's not mine, it's for us.
North then, no?
That's going to be a pickup for Richard.
Heading towards the break, 3 minutes to go until the end of this session.
2 more hands.
2 more hands. Dave Doherty having a wander.
It has to be a misclick from Alan.
No, he's not raised to 26.
He has. I say he's put a 25k chip in and a 1k
Oh,
chip.
dear.
I think he was meant to limp perhaps, and
uh-oh. Tom's going to count to 20
and then fold.
And then fold. 5.
But we'll always snap fold in this hand. We have to, unless he's not 26. It looks like 26. And from the face of Jamie Nixon, it looks like 26. But even when we know we're folding this spot as Tom, unless he's picked up on the misclick and thinks it's a misclick and going to try and nick the 26k, and
but he did count to 20 and still fold. So one more hand. One more hand.
Deal one more.
Dealer. Deal one more hand.
There we are.
One more hand. Another great session. We're down to 72 at the break.
72.
We're down to 72 at the break. Getting some chip counts during the break. 54 get the money. We'll run the prize pool over the bottom. We'll give you numbers in the bounty that are in the background. That's just going to be 150, 160 probably. Table 11's coming in after the dinner break. You will need to refresh if you're on YouTube.
Yeah, that's important.
Because we are going to be stopping the recording and then starting it immediately after.
Yeah.
Because of recording purposes for the length of the time that we do the live stream. So you will need to refresh. But this is the last hand. Been another good session. Jamie Nixon making it through. Dave Doherty still going ahead. Everybody who's not in the hand is off for their spaghetti bolognese.
Yeah, and looks like we're going to have a couple of minutes left because Tom's going to be involved in this hand.
Yeah, count to 20 and then bet. If you see a flop, he'll count to 20 and then check.
coming along as well. Three-way action for the last hand of the session.
Five, so 7.
So Tom flopping best with 6s.
He's nice to check. Keith in seat number 9.
He's going to be
Checks
checking
as well.
and Paul going to come in for 1 bet here and shut down. Fine to see bet this. It's a pair board. Just hoping to pick it up here with ace high, jack high. But Tom not going to be going anywhere with the 6s. He'll make the call after some tanking, as we know.
Don't mind a call with the 6s.
No, he's got a call. He will call. I think he's going to call once here.
Still going to be counted to 20 before the 6s call.
Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the call. Just don't understand it, Tower, at this stage of the tournament. I really don't. But
not in the slightest. No, it's his way of playing, and that's the way it is.
He's not even called. He's raised, actually. And that will be that, because Paul Jackson just cannot do anything here with Jack 10 of diamonds. He's going to have to get out of the way. Not sure what Paul's thinking about here.
We'll count to 20.
They know we can see the whole cards, Tower. Ah! He's going to float. He's going to float with Jack high. Interesting.
You can't really guess what he's doing, because you know it's coming on the turn once you make that call.
And I think once we're called here from Tom, like, you don't expect Paul to float. So what's the play here now with 6s? Where are we at? We're obviously still ahead of some flush draws, but not the best equity against them. And Paul just sets Tom all in, and Tom with the 6s here. Going to be in a tough spot. There are 2 overcards to us. We are behind club draws. Eventually he folds, and that is that, guys. We are on dinner break. We will be back at 5 to 6. See you then.
See you then, guys. Enjoy the break. See you at 5:55. Something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online. You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5. Number 1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. You know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't the job. I was just doing what I love doing. So. But yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making number 1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get number 1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number 1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of, even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why
in Manchester. This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever, and he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks, and yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates, kind of thing, trying to. Adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two, and then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x'd it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, no, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop and it came 7, 8, 9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand. And, you know, got to the final table and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM. And my dad was just, you know, going for it, putting them in a coffin and ended up getting heads up. And yeah, the rest is history. Like it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, you know, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for, you know, forever. Everyone would think. Yeah, everyone in me is he would tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So, yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only two Ender mob. Like that's the only two cash he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because you know he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year, and I think that's about it really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won one. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me whenever I go and see him, I go to his house and play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like the tournament was like 100 times to average buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant. It was a fantastic story and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times whenever you do pop up and we're on the live stream and we do mention yourself and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like even, you know, all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also like I was free rolling anyway because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2 I think on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, you know? So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, you know, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, you know, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table and he knew about the bet and he raised under the gun. And, you know, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf and I had to free bet him and, you know, start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game with like on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well known UK, blast from the past. And Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff. So it gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that six max is probably your best game. Third out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5K six max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these three events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, second out of 474 in the six max 10K. Three massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5K six max came third, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left, and I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand, so which didn't really bother me because, like, live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind, and he's called, and I was kind of short step, and it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak, and I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand. But obviously, it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K six max was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match. Had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
Yeah, I worked on a heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, I like it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we still weren't in the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone like I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table, because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us, buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind, kings when the guy in the big blind's not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy, not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in, he just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and, you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've min re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K, and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit, and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet, and he tanked for ages, and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that, and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And, you know, trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think is the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All In Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally. But, you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure. And I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So, yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number one online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number one online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, putting on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like, even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he like was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit. And then, at the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change, and something that I really needed, because it was getting, just seemed, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah.
Awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now,
yeah,
for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. Yeah. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary. But winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like PokerStars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there. And then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one, because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them. And you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like a something I strive to do. And like, I wanted to be the leader, and once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird, because it's like, it's much harder these days, because you know, like, people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites. And back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK, or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people are like, it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, you know, What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but you know, it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number one was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number one slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, you know, like what I'd have to do is like, you know, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then you know, and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you obviously you get a lot of points for that, so you could you know, if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then, you know, if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, I don't, realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the number one spot is because you went on and won a WPT. Just the LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over 1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning heads up. To be honest, I was like, oh, you know, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing heads up, so I was like, if I lose this one, he's gonna have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. You know, I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, oh, I'm better than them. Why that, you know, just like the guy you don't want to be really. And I started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative. So she'd sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson. And he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time. And he flew to Vancouver on a whim, didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, you know, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it and met with him a few times and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, you know, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so, at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, you know, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table, it was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had Jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight.
Yeah.
So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had Jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like you know, the stacks were that close, and somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 max.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like, you know, the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone, I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and, you know, layer up a few spots. And yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that, you know, normally you wake up from and it's like, you know, you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him, and he had top 2 pair, you know, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, you know. And I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna, you know, win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was, yeah, it was really, really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come, and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 2 and 3 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Are we going to chase it? Will we wait for it when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the 3 to win. You know, if you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. You know, so you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But you know, the EPTs are freeze out or 1 re-entry, some of them now. But there's only, you know, 4 or 5 of them a year, I think, and most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona, and that's about it really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no, realistically it's going to be tough, but you know, obviously the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns, and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day 1 in EPT Barcelona, obviously so far to go, but I was in the money, and I was actually feeling, oh my god, this could be it. Like even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know, this would be really cool just to finish it off in that. But unfortunately it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch, and she gave me the needle because she came, well, you know, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to rail. And you know, I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I reshoved 7s or something and got called by ace queen and lost the flip, and I like get away from the table, and she's like, you done? I'm like, yeah, yeah. Like, I'm always wait for that. I was like, yeah. So, yeah. Another one of the needles. She always used to give me, like back in the day when I was doing bad at live poker as well, she'd always say that she'd watch some poker on the TV and they all wore sunglasses, and maybe that's what I needed to do because I was giving away tells and stuff. So I think actually one year I got to the stage where I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to do it. So it was like a 25k Bellagio big tournament. And I was on day 2 and I didn't know anyone on my table. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I went to day 2 and I put on the sunglasses indoors, felt like an idiot. Made the most standard raise ever, like ace-5 suited or something. And everyone tanked a little bit before they folded. It was one of those weird ones where everyone maybe had like half a decision or was just still asleep because it was first hand of the day. And, you know, it wasn't even a big hand. I won the hand. And I just felt so nervous. My heart was beating. I was just like, what? Yeah, I was just like, I feel like an idiot wearing sunglasses indoors. So that was the one hand I ever played wearing sunglasses. So I got 100% record on it, but yeah, I just can't do it.
Obviously, this year the World Series is not live, which is obviously a terrible shame because we'd all be there right now. We're chasing bracelets. You might even have another one. We're moving to online. Are you going to be focusing on the online World Series? And obviously, there's 85 events, there's 85 bracelets. They are real bracelets. Easier or harder for yourself, do you think? You'll have a chance of winning another bracelet?
Probably better for me because like online is like, you know, I've been doing it for half my life almost now. So I feel really confident, especially the first half of the events are in the WSOP Nevada, sort of it's shared between Nevada and New Jersey, and I've played on there for the last couple of years, so I know a lot of the players. I've got notes on them. I've had good results on there, so I feel really confident in those ones. So yeah, I'll hopefully can make some runs in those ones, and then my plan for the second half is to sort of actually go to Mexico in August and play the second half on the GG ones. I think the schedule just came out today, actually. So yeah, I'll plan on playing those and going to Mexico. And I have to get been in America too long this year anyway, so I'll get out of the country. So yeah, I'm excited for it because like that's what I know what to do. You know, it's how I grew up playing the game. So hopefully can make some runs and get another bracelet. And you know, I'd always wanted the online one. You know, every year now they've had sort of 4 or 5, maybe 10, as many as 10 events online. And I'd always wanted to win an online one just because, you know, that's what I'm sort of known for and it feels appropriate kind of thing. So this is, I guess, the best chance I'll ever have. So gonna put my heart and soul into it. So I kind of been chilling a bit this week, playing some golf and stuff like that, just to relax. But yeah, the next couple of months I'll be playing pretty much every day.
Some quick fire questions as we head towards the end of the hour with the tower. Do you prefer live or online poker?
Online on the whole, but live when you get deep is unreal. But like day one of live tournaments is the nut low for me. I hate it so much. Like only bad things can really happen. Like you make it through, you kind of expect it to, and if you bust, it's like, you know, you're out the tournament, you got no chance, or you got to rebuy, and now the tournament starts getting expensive. So yeah, online day to day, but once you get deep, the final table is just it's like 100 times better live.
Not including the World Series main events, what tournament would you like to win?
Probably the Aussie Millions main event, just because, like, you know, I came 7th and they treat you so well there. Like, and I'm jealous a bit of Toby winning all the time there, so I'd have to knock him off. Like, ideally, I'd knock him out like on the final table on the way to victory.
Favorite tournament?
Favorite tournament? I guess that any of the 6 max tournaments of the World Series, I just love them. Like, I would say the World Series main event, but I've never done anything in it, so it's normally a negative experience. But like, obviously, if I did well in that, it would be amazing. But yeah, I'm excited for the 6 max tournaments of the World Series just because I've had so many deep runs in them. I feel really confident in my 6 max game, and like, even though, you know, a lot of those no limit tournaments you have to beat hundreds or even thousands of players, it feels like in those ones, you know, I can do it, kind of thing.
Favorite casino?
Probably the Crown Casino in Melbourne is just really nice. I haven't been there for a few years as well. Yeah, I really like it down there.
What do you like listening to when you're grinding?
All kinds of like terrible music, really. No,